I'd like to call the October 13th State Board of Education meeting to order. I'd like to welcome everybody in attendance. All members are in attendance. Ben Jones, I know, is on his way, and Jean Clifford is remote. Since we can't see the text feeds or the chat box on the Zoom. So welcome to everybody, and welcome to everybody who is listening online and those in attendance. We appreciate you all being here and joining us for this State Board of Education meeting. The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. The vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. I'd like to ask now for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask that we all stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Today's agenda, board members, you have a copy of today's agenda. I know you've received all that. Do we have any additions or any changes? I know Michelle Dombrowski. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want further discussion, not necessarily to pull it or anything like that, but from 19F.
19F?
Yes.
Okay, so we will have further discussion on 19F when we get to the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Anything else? And if not, I'd ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Motion from Jim McNeese, second from Dina Horst. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a 9-0 with Ben Jones not in attendance yet. Thank you, members. We also have the September minutes. You've received those. Do we have any additions or corrections to the minutes that have been presented to you? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve the September minutes? Motion by Ann Moss, second by Michelle Dombrowski. All in favor of approving the September minutes, please raise your hand. Okay, Ben Jones is in attendance and he voted, so we have a 10-0 on the September minutes. Thank you, board members. Okay, the next item we would like to welcome from the Kansas State High School Activities Association, Bill Faflick, the Executive Director. Bill comes annually to present an update for us as far as the High School Activities Association, and I'm sure you'll have a pretty good update for us today, Bill. So welcome, we're glad you're here, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, and Commissioner Watson. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and to provide an update on behalf of the Kansas State High School Activities Association in the most unusual of recent years completed. And we're looking forward to what's next. We're not sure what that's going to be, but we're going to be prepared and we're ready to go, and look forward to working with you. Thank you for all of your leadership, for your support, for the way you have worked just like our staff has done to take care of kids, to provide opportunities for teaching and learning to occur in Kansas schools. We make a difference each and every day with the activities that we offer, with the education that takes place, and that can't be replaced for our students. So we are appreciative of your time now, and we'll go through a presentation to share with you some of the highlights of what we've done this past year and where we're headed as we move forward. Not a lot of history to provide for you in terms of governance because we are a private association, 355 member schools, up one from last year, 408 middle schools intact, and we serve roughly 200,000 students each and every year in our activity program, providing opportunities in a number of activities that you'll see. Our mission statement, just like yours, is impactful, but it's more about just the words on paper. It's about those life lessons that we teach, about accountability, about respect, about preparing kids for the next opportunity in life. It is about equipping them with those life skills, much in line with the standards of the Kansas State Department of Education, so that students are not just receiving a diploma when they graduate, but they are truly prepared to be successful in that next opportunity with the skill set that they have coming out of a successful interscholastic activity program. The best way to tell our story is to look at pictures of kids, because we're not around kids enough, and we haven't been around kids enough, and it is sure good to see you face to face and be in a meeting where we can look at faces and we can connect via eyes, via putting eyeballs on each other and share the stories and share the impact of what we're doing. We have incredible kids in Kansas. No secret to you, but our mission, Building Champions for Life, is about those 200,000 students, but it's about each one of them, one at a time. And the impact that a coach has, a sponsor has, a teacher has, really cannot be measured. But I wanted you to see, as we got started, all of the different activities that we have that make such a difference for our kids. We're involved certainly in athletic activities, but also in academic activities and leadership activities that do make that difference for students. We've had new activities start this past year, and we have our consistent pillars of activities that allow kids to be engaged in school, to be excited about learning, to be connected to an adult, to be connected to those positive experiences that are those life lessons that they learn. Sportsmanship is certainly one of those. We'll talk a little bit about that. But we're not about the people that are in a building. We're not about the coaches. We're about those students and about those lessons that work. I appreciate Ms. Horst and Mr. McNeese for their service on our board of directors. We are a busy group. Our executive board, of which Ms. Horst is a member and your representative, has met a countless number of times since March 13th, and even up immediately prior to the beginning of that pandemic, our current pandemic. And we appreciate all of the time that she has given as service to this board as well as to service to our board and the tough decisions that we do make. But again, it is about each one of those students, and it's about championships, but it's not about just the championships. It's about the lessons that you learn in pursuit of those goals. Our staff is consistent, and one of the things I love about the team that I work with is they are all dedicated to making that difference and providing the very best opportunities in spite of any obstacle. Just like we model for our students, our staff follows through and pursues those goals. 35 activities is up one from last year. We've added interscholastic dance to our mix. We'll share that as we move forward today. Our leadership program, though, just like everything else, was put on hold. Since March 13th, we had no activities. We had no summer activities, no leadership camps, student council, KAY, spirit camps that typically are what our kids look forward to over the course of the summer. None of those took place. Our annual coaching school was postponed for a year. 85 in a row will be 86 with a one-year gap starting next August. So all of our activities that we could do remotely, we did. Those things that required face-to-face, a virtual presentation of a student council camp and KAY learning experiences did take place over this past summer. Having kids prepared in the life lessons that they're learning through this pandemic, that pursuit of that championship and being part of a team and that collaboration and that networking and that preparation for next takes place in our locker rooms, in our huddles, on the fields, and we capture a lot of what we've done with the list that you see before you. If I look back at this past year, the biggest thing that we always do is we minimize risk. And you'll always find me talking about first on a board agenda and first in a presentation is what have we done to help minimize risk. We've added activities to make this past year more significant for our member schools at the direction of our member schools. 3 different activities were added: girls wrestling, a 2-day golf championship tournament, an expanded opportunity, and then a football jamboree. Those were new things that started this past year. And we had actually plans to add events to our state championship track and field meet, which was not held this past spring, where we were going to add 4 new events, wheelchair races for the physically impaired athletes, to be a more inclusive association. We're looking forward to that first opportunity to see the 100 meters and 400 meters for girls and boys from our member schools this next spring. We updated a number of rules. But we also focused on communication, and then we responded to the global health crisis that we have. But I'm starting with risk minimization. May 6, 2019, important date. If you're a baseball player, just like this young man, you know it's a save date. It's a save date because that young man was revived by the action of his coach, the emergency action plan that was followed when CPR was administered after he threw a pitch in a Johnson County baseball field and went down with his heart stopped. Emergency action plans work. CPR and AED training works. Another important save date, February 26, 2020. Wrestling practice, preparing for the state wrestling tournament in Beloit, Kansas. One of the members of this school team, heart stopped. Coach, who had never had CPR, AED training, sprung into action. AED was retrieved, CPR was started, and as a result of the action of our board that passed that regulation, or that expectation that every coach be CPR, AED trained, this young man was revived. This young man is part of the school program still. A life changed, a family changed is the understatement of the day. Training works when you do it, and our schools are doing that. CPR AED training is in its now 2nd year of a mandatory requirement, and we know that it works. So we think about risk minimization, we talk about that requirement. It's so significant. It is a handbook rule that every coach, every sponsor, every head, every assistant that is working with kids receive that training. We don't take it to the level of certification that we would like to do that. We know that the expectation on schools would be important. But it's all about having that plan, a pre-activity timeout, having a plan, communicating that plan, and then being able to execute it when you need to is so important. Just like schools do fire drills, we do crisis drills for our athletic and activity programs. That is an expectation. The heat of August came this year, was almost a whimper compared to some of the years that we've had, but our heat acclimatization rules are in place. One of the things that became mandatory this past year as an expectation was the cold water immersion tank. Our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, a group of doctors and healthcare providers and administrators from across the state, meet regularly. And one of the things they recommend is any student who is suffering from heat illness in the appropriate condition be assessed and then placed in that cold water immersion tank. Again, we use those at our championship events. We use it at our regular season events as well. And they have proven to be most effective to reduce that core body temperature. We're in our 2nd year of concussion reporting and have data to share with you. I won't go through the fine print with you. Obviously, you see a few blanks that are there from our spring season that did not take place. But that information is available. Our Sports Medicine Advisory is looking at that, studying that. How do we impact our students and our teaching techniques and our instructional techniques and in the amount of contact that we allow in practice? And then how do we respond in games so that kids can return to learn and return to play when it's safe and appropriate to do so? Partnering with Dr. Baumgartner at Wichita State University through an NFHS-funded study, we have got great new information that is available to member schools in terms of that return to learn and informing faculty when it is safe to do and how to progress through that returning to that regular status for a student athlete. But you see our trends were about the same as where we were a year before. We have middle school data as well, and concussions happen. There's always risks to participate in sport. Our job as an association is to minimize that risk, to educate, to train, and to prepare so that kids can participate in a manner that is the safest way possible. As I mentioned, we had our first girls wrestling championship this year. It started with the duel at Washburn Rural High School. The very first match ever under Kansas State High School Activities Association, girls versus girls wrestling. We've had a number of girls participate, but this was the first year where we had a girls-only tournament, and that match was the very first one at Washburn Rural High School this past year. It grew to our regional championships, where you see all of the kids participating at our East and West regionals. It's grown to the point now with nearly 1,000 girls last year, where we anticipate we'll need more than an East and a West regional. We'll need 4 regionals. And this year, my goodness, we may need 8 regionals to be able to spread them out so that we can have smaller groups if it is safe indeed at the end of the season to participate. Our goal this year is to provide experiences for kids along the way so that they can participate when it's safe and appropriate to do so. The end of the year, the season we're in right now, is a bonus. And we're very grateful that kids in schools have done the right thing and families have done the right thing to provide those opportunities. We also started our loss of instructional time survey, a very important study that's done every 4 years, where we look at how much time kids are out of school. I did leave a copy of that for each of you so that you can begin to look at that. Again, it's 2/3 of a set of information for this year compared to previous years, but we do provide a comparison, not just for students that are missing school for our activities, but also for coaches or teachers that are away from their primary assignment. As a school administrator, as a district administrator, I wanted those teachers in class just like I wanted the students in class. And so we do a comparison so that we can make good decisions, and our board will use this, and we'll use this information as we continue to govern the member schools and the competitions. One of the things we did this past year was conduct Listen, Learn League meetings across the state of Kansas. We have 36 of our 39 leagues participated in that, where I literally went to their sites, and instead of having the agenda and saying, what can you tell me, or here's what I want you to know, I wanted to hear from them. First time it had ever happened, it was well received, and we learned a lot. We learned a lot about all of the topics that are there, and that helped inform our work at the association. This year is a year we intend to go to our middle schools and talk to our middle school administrators about the same types of topics and what is on their agenda. So our focus for this year has been, or previous year was to listen, to learn, and to lead. As we go into this year, we're talking about engaging. We're talking about being part of what needs to happen, to educate those that are around us so that we can empower them to go on and do great things. It's all about a strategy where we're going to have communication that is honest, that is direct to the stakeholders, and it is timely. We have to be about those 3 things with all of our communications and all of our work with our association schools. As you know, everybody wants to know yesterday what's going to happen 2 months from now. I don't have that crystal ball now more than ever, so we'll give the very best answers we can when it's appropriate to do so. As I think about our year ahead, we think about what our commitment is to continuing to learn, to continuing to grow. We have totally changed some of our protocols, not as a result just simply of the pandemic, but because it was time to do so. We no longer produce every month a journal, but instead we have a weekly newsletter that goes to every superintendent, every principal, every athletic director. We'll still do our journals on a seasonal basis, a beginning of the year, a fall, winter, and spring journal. But as soon as we print those and send those out, we have new information. So that weekly newsletter has been, or weekly set of announcements has been well received and greatly appreciated. What's on everybody's mind and has been on our minds since the middle of March is, what are we doing about COVID? How are you responding to that? Well, we have a lot of resources that we have provided to our member schools, both in terms of general, in terms of preparing for an activity program, and then down to the very specific activities themselves. It's about preparing for those. It's also about responding when issues occur and when an athlete becomes sick. When is it appropriate for them to come back? We're very fortunate to have a great board, but we also have a great sports medicine advisory committee that has worked tirelessly to help us prepare for this. We identified early on the pillars of risk mitigation, and you'll see those in all of the considerations that are put out. Sometimes it's not rocket science. One of the things I know as an old coach is about having a game plan and keeping it simple and implementing it and doing it again and again and again. It works. Wear a mask. It works. Stay socially distanced. It works. Let's do it. We were fortunate, out of over 115 schools participating in girls golf. The only championship that we have had so far, we had only 2 that were unable to finish the season due to quarantine. 98.5% success rate is pretty good. Girls tennis, I don't have the final numbers in yet, but we're going to be at that same level as well. Right now, we're at 97% of our teams participating across the state of Kansas, and that's good. That's really good, and we're very pleased to see that. But we'd like it to be 100% because it stinks for the team and the coach that cannot participate. So we have our universal precautions. You've got access to those. We've shared those extensively with our stakeholders, and they have been developed in consultation with not just our board, but other administrators across the state, other national governing bodies, other state leaders that are so important for us to network with and to be connected to, so that we are understanding how we're doing that. One of the big things you'll see at all of our events, not well received by some, but absolutely an expectation. Regular season belongs to member schools, and we provide guidance to them all along. We're now in the postseason for the majority of our activities. These are Kansas State High School Activities Association events. You will wear a mask, okay? And you'll have it on the whole time. I don't care if you're inside or outside. You're going to wear a mask. It works. We want those events to be as safe as they can, not just for the participants that are there, but they're all going back. We're bringing folks from across the state. Not as many as we typically have done, but we're still bringing them and providing those opportunities to participate. We have had a significant focus on the mental health of our student athletes, and we know that with social distancing, it does not equate to emotional distancing. We need our kids to be connected. We want our kids to be part of what is going on with their coach and their team, even though they physically may be apart. Most of our teaching has been along this line. We have a really great network, a great new tool that we have developed in conjunction with our SMAC group, a mental health toolbox. This is not to replace the good work that's taking place in our schools, but to supplement it or to provide it where it may not be present. Some of our schools don't have the resources that other districts do. So we wanted to provide this. Things that administrators, coaches need to know. How do you start the conversation for a kid? How does a kid feel if they're going on quarantine or if they've caused the team to go on quarantine? We don't want that student to feel like they have done anything wrong. This is an illness, and we want to make sure that they are supported and connected. So starting those conversations, having that opportunity to have a toolbox available and resources available is so significant. Our red, yellow, and green gating criteria for mental health is pretty self-evident. We've got somebody in red, we're getting them that emergency support in a very, very timely manner. Likewise, yellow, we're not leaving them, but it may not be that urgent need. And the green, there's still follow-up. There still needs to be work done, but we're moving forward for any kid that might be in crisis. We have a list of resources that have been developed and utilized that are local and national. Most importantly, our people and the groups of people that kids can connect with that are so important, as well as kids connect with technology, what technology is available for them to use. This year, moving away from some of the risk mitigation things, and I'm moving very quickly because I was challenged to get through this presentation in just a short amount of time. I could spend the whole day with you and talk to you about the great things that are happening, but I know you have other important things to do. But we have our first ever game day dance event. We've had a cheer event, a spirit activity for cheerleaders. This will be the first year for dance. It's a Friday, Saturday combo. Was supposed to be at Stormont Vale Event Center, but it's going to be virtual instead. Many of our events where we can go virtual, like debate, our board will consider a virtual debate championship at a special meeting later this week. But our dance event will be virtual. Our kids are still excited. I go to events and was at 4 different tennis regionals on Saturday. All the girls want to talk about is the dance showcase. And that's pretty exciting. They're excited to be connected and to represent their school in a brand new activity. Last year I told you about 100 years of, or 50 years of football. Well, this is 50 years for our championship volleyball tournament. And we'll celebrate that as we go. Unfortunately, one of the restrictions we put in, we're playing the quarterfinals at one of the sub-state champion sites. So we'll only be bringing 4 teams to the state site and doing a 1-day tournament instead of 8 teams and doing a 2-day tournament. Again, we've asked schools to do things all year long. As an association, we're going to follow through and have those same type of restrictions in place. Learning is important. NFHS Learn has developed a number of new courses that are very significant for us. We're going to roll out a plan to implement unified bowling. We talked about being inclusive. We're studying the plan that is in draft form right now, and we'll talk a lot about that at our regional administrator meetings that start next Monday, which will also be done in a virtual format. Instead of doing those on a geographically proximate basis, we're doing those by classification, where I can have all of the middle school, junior highs together on one day at one time. I can have all the 4As or all the 2As or all the 6As all together on a certain day. So we're looking forward to that. We'll lose the vertical component to that, but we'll at least have everybody that is same size schools together for that day of teaching and learning. Sportsmanship continues to be an effort for us. Our hashtag this year is "It Starts With Me." All of us have a responsibility. Every coach, every athlete, every parent, every administrator to implement what those standards are and then to follow through on it. It's one thing to have words on paper, but it's another to that. One of the things that we started this year in terms of just a good pledge, our first day of practice was a pledge for kids to do things the right way and to represent their school. Social media has been a great way for us to connect. I mentioned our refined communication strategy, what our newsletter looks like, send every Tuesday to our member school, as I mentioned previously. So again, we have a lot of things that we are doing in terms of our postseason events to help make them with the mitigated risk that is necessary, including restricting audiences or spectators to 50% capacity unless the local venue is allowing less than that, then we'll go to that lesser standard. We have fewer participants, unfortunately, but everybody is getting to participate during the regular season. We have a great partnership with the NFHS network that allows for a free broadcast or broadcast of events out to member school communities. And they gave 2 cameras to every school that wanted them, that literally is a camera mounted in the gym and one on the varsity field where you can watch any game, any level. Freshman football on a Pixelot camera from Salina South Stadium is an awesome thing. If you're a freshman soccer parent or freshman football parent, it's a great thing to be able to watch that and not have to go to school. For grandparents, for parents that aren't part of that school community and cannot be there. One of the big things that's a carryover is classification. In spite of our focus on providing education-based activities, some believe it's about the championships, and we need to look at that classification process. So we did send a survey out to our member school principals and got back some interesting results. The one thing that, overall thing that they would like to see is a determined multiplier to inflate the classification of the 27, now 28 private member schools of the association by some designated number. A work group will identify what that looks like. What's interesting is when you look at the total number of responses, the one that without weighting was number 1 was do it just like we're doing it. Keep the process in place that you're using now. Classify according to Kansas Statute 72-1430. It says, the High School Activities Association shall classify according to student attendance, which is what we do now. With a modifier in there, we know there's multiple steps to make that the reality. Championships are great, but we don't evaluate the success or the impact of a program by the number of medals or trophies that are won. So again, today's a big day. I always get to come to you on Officials Day, and I don't see any of you in striped shirts, blue shirts, okay? But those that officiate, we are so grateful, and it's a harder job now than ever. It is harder than ever, and we need men and women to raise their hand and stand in the gap and officiate for us. And today is a day where we have a number of folks across the state that are in their official shirt as a recruiting campaign, and we'd love to have that pool grow. We know sportsmanship and support is necessary for those that adjudicate our events, and we're pledging and committed to making that the reality. So I really appreciate the time to give you a very quick overview of the past year and stand ready for questions if I have time to answer any.
Well, Bill, I think what I'm going to do, because it's 10:30 and we do have open forum at 10:30 and we've got some folks. So I think if I could ask you to stay for a few minutes, because I know board members have some questions, and we'll do our open forum and then we'll come back to you. So,
Perfect.
board members? Okay. All right. I think we have some open forum. Thank you. Okay, I now declare citizens' open forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:30. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. The speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Board questions will be for clarification only. And we'll do the timer right over here. So our first speaker is Allison Winters, followed by Angie Schreiber. So, Allison? Is there Allison here? Allison Winters?
Yes, she's here. Who was first?
She's first.
Allison is first.
Allison? Here, if you want to give those over here, she'll get them to us. Okay, Allison, welcome.
Thank
And
you.
your timer will be right here.
Super.
So, welcome
Thank
to the State
you.
Board.
Thank you. Well, I'm Allison Winters, and I am here representing the Kansas-Missouri International Dyslexia Association. I'm here today just to discuss mental health and how it impacts our students with dyslexia. We know dyslexia is not a psychiatric disorder, but research indicates that as many as 20% of students with dyslexia suffer from depression. Another 20% suffer from anxiety. What's even more concerning is that data suggests that when individuals demonstrate that kind of comorbidity, both disorders are more severe and difficult to cope with. So I want to share a quick story today about one of my students that I see. I have permission to talk about him. He's a 6th grader at DeSoto, in DeSoto District in Johnson County. AW is a 6th grader. He is one of the most polite 6th graders I've ever encountered. Seriously, how many 6th graders thank you every time you help them read? He's just that kind of kid. He's hilarious. He loves YouTube videos, football. The one thing that most people don't know about Ashton is that he still thinks of himself as one of the dumbest people he knows. Now, let me set the record straight. AW is not dumb. He has an above IQ average, and he has dyslexia. What most people don't know about AW is that he still sometimes cries when he gets home from school or has a difficult Zoom session because he's so exhausted he can't read. Now, teachers have been trying to help him read for the past 7 years. They just haven't had a whole lot of success. So I ask you, Ashton has an entire support system around him to help him, and he still suffers from debilitating anxiety, and he thinks he's just dumb. So I want to please ask for your continued support with students with dyslexia. We know that the only way to treat dyslexia is with the right educational interventions. When we give teachers and administrators the support and knowledge that they need to implement those interventions, we will be ensuring a lot less depression and anxiety from our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate you coming. Angie Schreiber? Angie, do you have handouts also?
I do.
Yeah, if you just hand them over there to Peggy and she'll pass them down for us. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. As you know, I'm Angie Schreiber, and I am a member of the Dyslexia Task Force. I'm also the Executive Director at Cradle to Career Literacy Center. And first, I want to thank the board for not delaying the implementation of some of the recommendations of the task force. I'm sure that was a tough decision since we have a pandemic affecting our schools and our state. I want to thank you for placing our dyslexia children first. They face a double whammy, the pandemic and the struggle with their shame of not being able to read. Yes, shame. They hurt inside when their inner selves are exposed because they are failing at something that looks so easy to do. You know, you saw me last month, and here I am again, and I'm just like a bad penny. I keep showing up. Why? Because the number one fear of most adults is public speaking. They fear getting up in front of a group of peers and talking, even if it's just for 3 minutes. And trust me, most people avoid public speaking like it's the plague. Luckily, the adults I tried to get to come and talk to you today could opt out of coming. But our children can't opt out of going to school because they fail to learn to read, they intentionally label themselves as dumb, stupid, and failures. This labeling spirals into larger problems, including low self-esteem, stress, and anxiety. You know, last month you met my 34-year-old son. That self-assured young man could not read a word in 3rd grade. We'd been working together for about 2 weeks using an OG program when he looked at me and said, "Mom, I'm not stupid, am I?" It broke my heart. No, he was not stupid, but the system we were using made him think he was. I urge you to watch a 15-minute documentary called Michael, a movie about dyslexia, which documents one woman's journey to find appropriate education for her son. The movie takes place in 1977. My journey began in 1992. It's time to make these journeys end. I give you the link for the movie in my testimony. I also ask you to look at Dr. Alex Grayson's testimony in Children of the Code on the traumatized learning to read. It's time to end this trauma, and I'm so glad that you continue to support dyslexia. Collectively, as a state, we need to solve our illiteracy problem and embrace the science of reading. To lead the world in the success of each student, structured literacy needs to be the core reading program in every classroom in Kansas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. I think questions are for... Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. State Board Citizen Forum is closed at 10:38. We'd like to thank our speakers for sharing their views with the board. The State Board will determine if any issues should be addressed as an agenda item at a future meeting. So thank you very much. Now, Bill, I'd ask you to come back up. We've got a few board members who have some questions, and there may be a few additional ones. So we'll start with Dina Horst. Dina?
Thank you. Bill, I just wanted to kind of sing your praises. I've served on the executive board for a little more than a year, and I've been very impressed with your calm demeanor, your way of being able to deal with anger that oftentimes presents itself in many different forms. And your ideas of how to best deal with some of the issues that we've been presented with, particularly this year. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for helping parents understand that we're not picking on their child. So thank you again.
Thank you. Michelle Dabrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dina and Jim, for serving on that board. Thank you for coming today. That was a very extensive, quick overview. I mean, that was awesome. I think we learned a lot from that. Quick question, I have a son that's going to be doing regionals here in cross country in a couple weeks, so I'm very grateful that they're able to still participate, and he's looking forward to that for cross country. So thank you for working hard on that. I have another son that plays football. Now, he's played tackle since second grade. He's in ninth grade this year, and he's able to play. They have masks on their helmets, which is they're built into their helmets. They had those special order. As far as I was looking at the high numbers of concussions. Now, second through seventh grade, my husband was director of a Kansas City Football League. It's a private club, but they partnered with the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's a heads-up program. So if the kids get to go out to see training, see the Chiefs train or anything like that, they have to belong to a club that's heads up. So meaning that when the child is hitting someone, they have to see what they're hitting. So they have to learn the appropriate way. So a lot of the kids get into eighth grade. That's the first time they're ever playing the sport. And I know we focus on, we partnered in Blue Valley with Mercy, and we have a trainer on staff, and we do a lot of preventative so they don't come back once they get a concussion. But I think the biggest thing is looking at ways to prevent it even before they get the concussion. Those kids don't really know the appropriate ways to hit another student on the field when they're playing football. You see that a lot because they're just not sure. They're tentative. I'm just looking at, is there something like that as far as a heads-up program that the schools, when they start in eighth grade and go all the way through 12th grade, can go through a program? Or, I mean, I know that coaches are supposed to be doing that, but they're focused on everybody, the ones that maybe already know how to play football. A lot of those kids in eighth grade just aren't. So I'm seeing the concussions are high, and that is a contact sport. I mean, you're hitting, but it's the appropriate way to hit. And the clubs have to teach that if they want to be invited out with the Chiefs or things like that. So is there an incentive for those kids to learn in eighth grade through 12th grade in the public school or private school systems or whatever that we have?
In all of our schools, there's not just an incentive, there's an expectation that instruction on proper tackling technique is part of the game plan, a part of a lesson plan that's documented. You teach heads up. You teach, see what you hit. There's a lot of programs that are out there, much like the one that you've described, that are very prevalent in our member schools, and an expectation that Mark puts out at every one of his rules meetings in the fall as we get the school year started. So that is so important. The prevention is necessary. And that comes down to teaching. And coaches are really good teachers, and teachers are really good coaches. We need to marry those things together. It's about not just running a play, but teaching those basics. And there's not a mandatory program. We've not endorsed one program over another because geographically there's access to some more than others. But that is certainly an expectation.
Yeah, I know the conditioning is huge. The conditioning, they have to, they're in school, they're in just the shorts for a period of time, and so conditioning is huge, and that cuts down on injuries and everything. But I just want to make sure that the kids that are going out that have never played and they haven't come through a private club where they have to learn the appropriate way, and they're coming in there for the first time. And with COVID, I'm just curious to see as far as like that instruction time. They pulled away, they come back, they've been pulled away. I'd be curious to see what the numbers are after this year as far as, no, there aren't going to be as many teams playing each other, and they're going to be playing different levels this year. A lot of times, like Blue Valley's only playing Blue Valley, so, that'll be different as well, but I'd be curious to see what the numbers look like.
We'll be interested to watch as well, and that data, we've had a full football season. We're averaging over 95% of our football teams are playing every Friday night, but a number of our injuries occur during practice. And one of the things that we did not waver on was that acclimatization period at the beginning of the school season, where there's 3 days of nothing but fundamentals, instruction, prior to any contact at all. And that progression goes forward so that that teaching can take place. And that was not anything that was compromised this year.
Great to hear. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Janet Waugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, please thank your board and thank you so much for some of the ways you guys found to accommodate the schools so that to keep them as safe as possible in their activities. The question I have is, I was very appreciative when you came out with the suggestion, I'm assuming it was just a suggestion or guideline, that they could play fall sports in the spring, and I know of at least one district that is waiting until the spring to play fall sports. I'm not familiar with any others, and there may be, but I was kind of curious how many districts took advantage of any fall sports in the spring. So that's my question. Thank you.
Right now, there are four schools all in one district, or 5 schools all in one district that are.
ACK.
Yes, ma'am.
I knew that one.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the only one
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
state. Interesting.
We thought there would be more. That's the reason we came up to it. We felt like our superintendents, our schools needed an option, and that was provided, and yet they found a way to be able to do activities in the fall. Many shortened seasons, many changed schedules, local contests as opposed to statewide contests, and that has helped mitigate that risk and the spread of the disease.
Then what about other fall sports? Has anyone moved them to the spring?
Well, for those 4, they can move any that they choose to move, or the schools that participate, they can do any of our fall activities for regular season competition. We will not have championships in the fall, in the alternative spring for those activities.
Thank you.
Steve Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple quick questions from a business partner of mine. He referees basketball. What's the policy from an insurance point of view if an official is required to quarantine because of an outbreak at a particular school? And the other question is, why was late fee policy not waived? It seemed like it was a gamble to register before the late fee deadline. So have you had discussions about that, sir?
You bet. Both of those are really good questions. That third team, the officiating team, we've spent a lot of time talking with area supervisors and league officials associations relative to our protocol on the late fee. We've postponed it and postponed it and postponed it as late as we could, but at some point, our commissioners needed to know who was in so they could assign a registered official, because for us to conduct a contest, it has to be a registered official, and you can only work from that pool. We actually still had a number of commissioners that had to refill games for those that chose not to register. And we don't want the late fee money. We just want folks we want to know if they're in or out. And having that fee helps make that decision for them. So that's why we put it, but it was a delay from typically, it was about 2 months later than it typically is. In terms of insurance, there is insurance available through the National Federation of Officials Association. That is a guaranteed game fee. That is an individual's decision whether they participate in that. There is insurance provided, but it's not a game replacement fee unless that official signs up for that particular component of insurance.
Thank you, Bill, very much.
Bill, thank you very much for coming and providing us with your update today. It was extensive and got a lot in a short amount of time. As we move to winter sports, that's going to present a whole new situation because most of these winter sports are going to be inside. So has the board begun to have conversations about how do you mitigate those risks for you know, and your highest risk sport come this winter is probably wrestling would be my guess. So has the board had the conversations on how you're going to mitigate as far as inside sports?
But we've had extensive conversations with our board, with our sports medicine advisory. We actually have a number of those winter activities underway right now because the middle schools, as you know from your time in the schools, can begin and end anytime from August 17th until the end of the school year, the last day of attendance. So we've had about 2 weeks of basketball at the middle school level already. We have our first wrestling starting, I believe, next Monday at some of our schools. So the considerations have been put in place. We continue to refine those and revise those. We have not made final decisions on what that championship protocol will look like, but right now the encouragement is stay geographically proximate, reduce the exposure as best you can, and take all of the precautions that are in place. Considerations will help. There's not a guarantee for any of that, but it certainly does help with the containment.
Well, thanks again. We appreciate your time coming here and updating this bill. We know that Dina and Jim McNeese will keep us informed on what's going on the CASA board, so we appreciate their input and involvement. It's an interesting year all around this year.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, and this will be accreditation action. So we're going to act on the Accreditation Review Council recommendation for CASA. Michelle Miller and Jeanette Nobo are here. If you need to look in your, okay.
Partner here.
Yeah, getting everything up. And if you're going to look at your materials, it's on page 27 on your materials, and this will be a recommendation for action. So there we go, get the right one up, huh? Okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
there we go. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Watson, thank you for this time today. This first recommendation comes to you from St. Patrick Elementary. The ARC reviewed this system. Remember, our tradition right now is to bring you a month ahead of time each of the action items, and today we're asking for your approval of the ARC's recommendation to conditionally accredit St. Patrick School System, K-8, and then much information has been given to you about that system, and Jeanette and I are both readily available to answer any specific questions you may have about St. Patrick Elementary.
Any questions, board members, on St. Patrick Elementary? Jim Porter?
Thank you. I noticed this is what used to be, whatever the accreditation system is now.
Cognia.
Yeah, whatever that is. Is this recommendation consistent with the recommendation of that group?
No.
Okay, explain.
So remember that at the end of 8th grade or in 8th grade, each school system is supposed to have an individual plan of study. St. Patrick has none in place. And so that would be a difference for us relative to board goals versus Cognia's system. Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Ann Ma?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm really struggling with this one too, because thinking back with Wichita, there was a lot going on, no results, but the process was in place. And it looks like, to me, by what St. Patrick posted in terms of what they're doing, that the process is in place. And so that's why I'm struggling with this one.
Understood. We have great conversation with them about the implementation of their IPS. That's the piece they're missing. When they get that in play and we can show evidence over time, it's not enough to just say we started it in August. We need a little bit more time to see their implementation process, to your point. And once we see that evidenced and can bring that back to the ARC, I think there would be a different recommendation for St. Patrick at that time.
So what did Nancy Bowles think of this one?
She, well, a lot of the conversation was with regard to some pieces of the data, whether they were there or not. And with the ARCAS just kind of learning where the cognitive process is at, that piece was okay. They were fine with that. This whole area of conditionally accredited, it was, one, that it's a statute to have the IPS in place, and they don't have one in place. And so with that in mind, and because it is a state board goal, the question then with the ARC is, they have their process, they have everything, but they don't have an IPS. What I can tell you at this point in time is that Allison from the Archdiocese in Kansas City, because I mentioned to her, this might be an issue that we're going to have with all these systems coming through. And some of the concerns were that in previous years, we kind of let them slide, and we did. In essence, but mostly it was because they did not get the information in a timely manner from us in terms of having to have an IPS. So the first year was information in terms of what the IPS was. The second one was to begin their plans for implementation. And the third year was to have it implemented. So the expectation was that for this year, all systems would have, from the diocese, would have an IPS in place.
They
And-
had a new administrator, right?
And they had a new
Yeah.
administrator this year, yes.
Okay.
So Nancy understood that fact, that there was no IPS, and we've been working with them to try to ensure that in the future years, these kind of comments and areas would be part of also the Cognia information so that they would find themselves in that position in the future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Janet Wall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I understand this, but I want to make sure I understand it, so please clarify it for me. It's my understanding that if we approve this conditional accreditation, that can be changed. And I mean, maybe within 6 months or, a year, I don't know when, as soon as it's, so I just wanted that to be stated publicly.
That is
Thank you.
correct.
Jim Porter?
This is kind of a follow-up on what Janet just asked. I see the timeline on page 33, that's the one implemented individual plans of study, is January 31st coming up, so not very long. But in the one ahead of that, improve resource capacity for long-term sustainability, there is not a timeline. So,
That is correct. So what happened when St. Patrick appealed, there were 2 areas, actually 3 areas for improvement that they were to respond to. They were able to provide evidence that these other areas they had in place, and they provided documentation through that appeal process. And so when the appeal team looked at the information, they said, okay, this is sufficient evidence for us to eliminate these other areas for improvement, because you have demonstrated that they are in place. However, you have not demonstrated that there is an IPS in place. And so that one stays.
So this area is okay,
Yes.
according to the ARC? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Steve Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our packet on page 37, I'm looking at the accountability report from the department. And the famous yellow, orange, and blue bars for our 5-year effective rates and so forth. And in the middle there in 2015, there's a significant drop. So I'm just wondering what explains, because it's all consistent except for 2015, the 5-year success average held, but the 5-year graduation average and the 5-year effective average significantly dropped. So can you help me understand why that would be for that single year of 2015?
We will do our best. They are a K-8 building, so these data points are measured in the Archdiocese in Kansas City as a whole for all of Kansas City high schools. It would be difficult, I think, for Jeanette and I right now to say from 14 to 15 to 16, this specifically happened to those students in that cohort. They would probably better have that information for you. I don't know if there's any more you would want to say. Again, this is up to 8th grade, so they're judged and given that rating based on all of the high schools in the Archdiocese in Kansas City. And from one class to another, it could be difficult to tell what had happened. Perhaps several children join. It's just difficult to tell.
So at this point in time, this conversation would probably need to take place with probably their high schools. For us, this is not in relationship to this school necessarily, but what I will also indicate at this point in time is there's a lot of factors that might have come into play with that. But you need to also understand that when we started the STAR recognition and post-secondary success, that was about 3 years ago. So much of this data is kind of lag data that it would have not been part of what post-secondary success was at this point in time. So I would probably say that 16 and 17 would be more of a clear indication of their efforts to post-secondary success based on what the state board would have indicated. Because that 2015 data, it was way before even this existed at this point in time.
Our parameters on the data have changed in that time frame too. This conversation is exactly what we do with systems. Can you tell us about why the data from 15 to 16 looks the way that it does, and then we share that with them, and right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, do I have a motion?
Excuse me.
Okay, Jim McNeese? So moved. Okay, so you are moving that the Kansas Board of Education accept the recommendation of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status of conditionally accredited to Z00298421 St. Patrick's Elementary. Correct. Okay, second? Ben Jones, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all right, that's a 10-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. And the next item is a receive item. We have 4 particular districts in this category. So this is item number 9, board members, on page 39.
Absolutely. We are here to have you all have a conversation, receive the information necessary on USD 229 Blue Valley, 267 Renwick, 298 Lincoln, and 313 Bueller. Just as a quick reminder, these are the accreditation recommendations that we have shared with you every month. Accredited, and I don't need to read it to you, I don't believe. These are your conditionally accredited definition. This is your not accredited definition, and these systems that are coming before you for next month for action have all been given a recommendation to be accredited. And again, there's a plethora of documentation on each of these available to you, and we are happy to answer any questions specifically about any of them that you may have.
Okay, this is a good time to get clarifications, board, on any of these 4 districts. Again, these are all recommended for accreditation, and they will come back to us next month for the actual vote. So questions or clarifications on these 4 districts? Commissioner has a comment?
So Michelle and Jeanette, you might just explain for the board, there are 2 Blue Valleys in Kansas. Which Blue Valley is this?
This is the big Blue Valley.
This is Big Blue Valley. When I was reading them off, I thought, yeah, this is the Big Blue
Little
Valley.
Blue Valley always wants everyone to know they are there, and so that's why I wanted to bring this up.
Not the Little Blue Valley, the big one.
This is Johnson County, Blue Valley.
Yes.
correct.
Right.
Okay, questions on any of these 4 districts? I'm waiting in case you have questions. I know there are recommendations for accreditation, so maybe there's not as many questions here. Okay, seeing none, we will have these back next month, and these will be action items
Yes, ma'am.
at that point in time. Okay, if I remember correctly, nope, you're not up for the next one.
This afternoon.
Okay, you'll be back this afternoon
Yes.
to join us again.
Thank
Okay,
you.
well, thank you very much, and we'll see you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I think it's break time. So, it's 11:05, we'll be back at 11:15, and the commissioner will give us his annual report. So we'll have a 10-minute break. I'd like to welcome the commissioner back to the podium. This is the commissioner's annual report. We always look forward to this. It's an opportunity for him to update us and talk about progress that's been made on board outcomes. So welcome, Randy.
Oh, this is a little bit different annual report, though. And my guess is next October, it may be a little bit different annual report. So we're going to kind of mix some things. Today, I'm going to issue some challenges. I will tell you, and I almost asked Bill this, there will be lessons learned that we will carry forward after COVID. I'm sure Keisha's looking at this too. You know, they're talking about regional or how they've done things a little differently. So we're learning. I would ask in your packet, if you grab this is still a draft. It will say draft on it, but I want to give kudos to our communications team. This is what will become the annual report as they clean it up. But I will reference this a few times for you. It gives you the dates and some things that we've done together. You know that this is always tricky when we're on Zoom. Everywhere I go, I start with this slide, and you see it so often. And as many of you know, sometimes if I'm in a little bit ornery mood, I play Name Your State Board Member, which the audience rarely can do. They usually, I shouldn't say that, maybe a third of them can get you, the person that represents that district. After that, it drops to less than 1%, I would say, can get anyone else. Sometimes, you know, the really astute younger people are Googling it faster than, I can only give them 10 seconds, and they're pretty fast. And then some really astute social studies teachers will know 2 or 3. But I look at this, you know, because every time I am out, I look at this, and I just think, I want you to think back to a year ago, pre-pandemic, where we were headed. Janet, you know, you're the longest serving board member in the history of the state board. And I would just want you to think about the topics that have been discussed previous years. And now we've got a mental health task force chaired by your chair that meets regularly to discuss items about mental health. We've got a dyslexia task force. We've got board outcomes and goals that I will be spending time next week on a nationally syndicated program, the University of Penn, because it's still amazing from other states to say you're doing what, and yet we have such a long way to go. So we just acknowledge all of that. We've come so far. So I'm so proud of all of you. We have veteran members, and then we have newer members, people in between. State boards will turn over every 2 years in some kind of cycle. And what's really hard about this work is it takes a while to turn an entire organization around. I use Walmart all the time. Walmart is planning and been working for years to become Amazon. They have some advantages because they already have distribution centers in every community, right, that can distribute. Amazon's building those more rapidly, but the pandemic has caused us more to shop online. So every company has to go through change, and we are doing that. And I just want to say how much I appreciate you, the struggle. I know this year has been very different. Jim Porter said to me, and I think it's true of all of you, remember when it'd be lucky if in a given month, 1 or 2 people reached out to you. Not, you can say that about every day, right? And a lot of those things are outside of your purview. Interesting enough, they're not above you. They're at a local school board level, as is most of what we'll talk about today. So this remains our vision, and it's being challenged because we're in a cycle right now. We did not give a state assessment in the spring. It's unknown what will happen to that this spring. A lot of that will be determined by school districts much larger than even our state, Los Angeles, for example, and what kind of mode they're in. I think you've seen that we're starting to move across the country to a higher level of viral load, but Australia, which is just exiting their winter, had a much milder flu season than was predicted. So what does it hold for the winter? We don't know. It doesn't stop us from this. And I'm going to talk about this a lot for the people that do not have a voice, that are not emailing you and are not calling you. Because you have to stand for every student. And we are seeing in some pockets, some kids really regress, social, emotionally, and academically. It's no one's fault. The question is, what will we do about it as we take a look at what's going on? So I want to tell you 2 changes that were made between the last time that we met on navigating change. These are slowing down, as you would expect. But let me just, before I get into what's changed, let me just tell you that we continue to meet with the epidemiologists, KDHE officials, the physicians that help craft the medical part of this. We are really working hard on a few areas that I think will be helpful. Testing. We now have the antigen testing from Abbott in our state. So the questions we're asking are, how can we test high-risk populations? One of you asked, Bill, wrestling, basketball, be high risk like football. Can we get into like what the pro sports are doing, where they're testing college sports every day with the antigen test, and then you have to follow up with a broader test? Can we help test special ed populations to keep them safe in school? What are quarantines telling us? 14 days? We're looking at all of that. Our medical people are examining all of the research on that. And I don't know if there'll be some changes, but I will tell you they're actively looking at that as to what we might do in the future. 2 things that happen. And again, I want to tell you, you go to our website, click on the banner Navigating Change. This page will come up. You just simply need to look at 2 areas. It'll tell you the date that it was modified. Now, this is an older screenshot, but it will tell you, and if you click on the updates document, that will have all of the updates that are done. We send any updates to you in a Friday note, so you see it when it's in between meetings, and then we go over it with you today. So there are 2. They're right here, and we updated the remote learning, replaced the daily log with the learning assurances. Some of you were grateful for that because that did drop your inbox a little bit. We put that in place because in the spring, Michelle will remember this, we had a lot of parents contact us and contact you and say, hey, I haven't heard from my teacher in 6 weeks. Or, I have this school and this teacher's really great, and so it was hit and miss. And so parents were saying, give us some assurance that if we ever have to do this again. So the learning log was for them to say, yes, we've conducted these things. You know what parents said? We don't want to do this. We don't want to do this. Okay, so we went to an assurance. Will you assure that you'll have this ready? The school district will assure that they do this. And that was because of the feedback that we received. The second is from, again, our what we call the COVID work group. Those are those are our physicians, which have clinical psychologists and psychiatrists on them, and they developed a youth mental health recommendations and resources that was sent out to you. Pretty good things as students are dealing with crisis. Anxiety is high. Felt that? I like to say we're all going through what kids of trauma go through. We're all experiencing trauma to some extent. We lost a job, or I got 6 kids at home and I'm supposed to go to work, but I can't go to work. Teachers, I'm juggling online, I'm juggling hybrid, and I've got 2 lesson plans. Superintendents faced with, well, I'm supposed to quarantine the cross-country team, but they're supposed to go to state tournament, and I'm being sued, and the county health people, this is everyone. And so with that anxiety then creates a lot of mental health needs. And so we just have to acknowledge that. So I would encourage you to take a look in that document on those 2 things, and then Madam Chair, I know that you'll take that up in your chair report.
I'm just going to add in, board members, if you haven't really looked at that, it's the COVID work group and it's really good. They've got, I think you said nine areas, and it's like a one-pager. I sent it out to all my superintendents so they can, we looked at it at the last School Mental Health Advisory Council. We've sent it out to folks, but it's like one page. It gives a little bit of description, it gives interventions, and then it gives resources. So it can easily be sent on to teachers in buildings then. So if they're dealing with something, they have a ready resource right there. So go back and take a look for that. I'm sure it could be sent out to us again, but I thought it was a great document.
So we encourage teachers, principals, superintendents, and I want you to do the same. Hey, you may need to tap out. You may need to take a long weekend. I know some superintendents took a couple of days off. Their board said you're going to take a couple of days off, and some of you were chastising me today. But this is what you never get away from. I mean, right? You can take a day off, but if this doesn't get turned off, then you really don't have a day off, or you got to go somewhere where there's no cell phone reception. That's a good point too. But drop a note to maybe the principal of a school or hey, I'm just thinking about you, or a teacher that because it's real. And then if you know your county health official, if you know those people too, just drop them a note, thank them, because I know could really use that as we go forward. So I'd like for you to take a look in your document on, and by the way, we'll give you copies of these once it's done, and we'll give you electronic. Page 20. These are the things I don't think Kansans know, and I want to make sure you know. 100,000 kids in public schools are now Hispanic. That's 21% of our population are Hispanic. And that is true of almost every school district. I mean, Hispanic would be the largest minority subgroup in most, if not all, school districts. I often think people don't know that it's that large. That's a large number of kids. And by the way, because Kathy and I went to the Wichita Diocese to bestow upon them some recognition last year. The Wichita Catholic Diocese, I don't know, there's 21%, large Hispanic population going to the Catholic Diocese in Wichita. So I just want to acknowledge the Hispanic population. It is more than the other, which are generally multiple racial Czechs or African American combined. So, and growing. So Gene, I know, is on the call, and we're just not talking about Garden City or Dodge City. Please understand, we're not talking just about that. I want you to also take a look at the chart next or above it. Here's our student population subgroups that we do look at. And the first one is free and reduced lunch. And you can see that has been declining since a peak around 2014. Now, what will happen because of the pandemic, we don't know yet, right? We'll get that for next year. It probably will go up some, but it even slightly decreased this last year by 1/10. So it's somewhat steady at around 47%, still higher than it was in 2008, but not quite at the highest peak. You also see the number of limited English language learners has dropped from its peak in 2016. What does that tell you? Hispanic population is up. Other languages are up. Janet would tell you that Wyandotte High School in particular, over 100 languages I think are spoken on any given day. But the number of limited English, which tells you we're getting, especially with many of the populations, second and third generation, and they don't need the English services as much as the first generation that come here. But you see special ed numbers are up. And those jumped between 16 and 17. You can see it was kind of a steady increase, just slight, over a decade, almost a decade. and then it's jumped, and now it's 15% of our population. Now, there's many ramifications for that. Many ramifications. But let me tell you, I think outside of instruction, the biggest piece of this that's highly misunderstood. So we have special ed funding that is not currently covering the cost of the excess cost that it takes to educate a special ed kid. That's true at the federal level. It's never met the statutory law. It's true at the state level, not meeting the statutory law, and you remember Dale and Craig talking to you about that. What that means, though, is no special ed student goes without that service. That money comes out of the general fund and gets moved to special ed. So it's the special ed service, or excuse me, the general ed services that get cut in order for the special education services to be handled. So when you put more money into special ed, it frees up money on the general fund side. The people in the public will not understand that. And I think, if you have an opportunity at a Kiwanis or, a chamber meeting just to talk about that, that's why it's so important for the general ed side. And you can see on page 21 that when you take student support services into account, about 71% of all expenditures are instruction. You can see the administration cost of that going forward. But I wanted to just point out special ed is rising. Special ed funding is not keeping up with inflation. And so, and the more severe a kid, the more costly that is. That all gets funded. But it's going to come out of the general fund of that school district in order to make up the excess. This definition was produced by the Kansas Superintendents Association and then adopted by you and then modified again back in 15. There are 5 areas of this definition. When you're out or you read an article in the news, how do most people want to talk about success in a school? Some academic measure, right? Grades, an ACT score, state assessment score. And yet, study after study, organization by organization, business people tell us there is much, much more to it than that. But convincing our public of that is really hard. But I want to come back to this as we talk about it. Certainly, today, maybe foremost on our mind, civic engagement. Isn't today the first day of mail-in voting in Kansas? Or is that tomorrow? Okay, so this week. So civic engagement, is going to be foremost on our mind as we go into November. And we certainly in our agency, we're encouraging people to volunteer in our agency to be a poll worker and go work if they want to. All of these are important. And when you isolate one over the other, you will get what you ask for. And so we've got to be careful as we go in and we do this work, keep going. Here's the outcomes. And we'll talk about some of the data related to this. And then I'm going to issue some challenges around this. So if you look at this and you look at this, those two things make up your outcomes. That's what the ARC is looking at in accreditation. This definition coupled with these outcomes. Now I want you to think about this. In some of our most impoverished areas in our state, some of our poorest kids have not been physically in a school since March 17th. You probably don't get those emails as much. You probably get a lot more about sports. And I love sports. Steve, you love them too, right? We talk a lot about them. But what this virus, I think, has done in the last several months, it's really shown us, it's exposed for us that for all of you here, for me and everyone in our, we have to advocate for every kid, because there's a lot of kids that don't have a parental voice to write you, to call you, to email you. And we have to be worried about all of them. That's hard if you're being bombarded about like what was happening yesterday, where Reno County was trying to decide whether to go into red, and it's getting close. Michelle, you mentioned the postseason competition. People were like, well, if you go into red, are we going to play sub-state volleyball? Well, there's a whole other set of kids we've got to be worried about too, and that's juggling a lot for all of us. So we already acknowledged these, and I'm going to soon be showing you the 2020. Here are the 40 school districts that hit every measure on the quantitative side that you asked them to hit last year. They hit graduation rates of 95, they hit graduation rates above the state average. They academically are having kids prepared. Their post-secondary effective rate is high. They're doing the right things. Guess what? Star recognition is trying to do just what Bill talked about. You win a state championship, you get a medal, you get a plaque that goes in a trophy case, and then at your 10-year reunion, you go try to find it, right? Because you remember it for the rest of your life. No one else does. You and maybe your family remembers that for the rest of your life. I wonder how many people know Labette County hit every measure. I wonder how many people know that Smith Center hit every measure. We have to get this message out because it's not one measure. It's all of the quantitative measures. Now we're going to add the qualitative this year, right? Where you have to show IPS, you have to show how you're doing. These, though, 40 school districts did it really, really well. Some of them are redesigned, some of them aren't. Some of them are small. You notice that? Which one's the smallest one? Levo Waverly's pretty small. Leota is pretty small. Rock Hills. Wichita Catholic Diocese, Blue Valley, Shawnee Mission, they're not very small. DeSoto, they're not very small. So take that, go places, share that again when you're out. These people need to be commended. Need to be commended. And again, I'll be sharing with you the 2020 a little bit later. I want to show you a video clip that I showed you a year ago. It's by Joel Rose that I think talks about this in general. He now is trying to do some things with mathematics, trying to change the trajectory of kids that do not know mathematics. Again, I showed you this a year ago, but I think it's still important as we do this work today.
It's going to take a lot more than just shifts in these policies if we're ever going to have schools that are more attuned to each student's unique strengths and needs. But policies shouldn't be blocking this either. Teachers, schools, and organizations like ours will simply not be able to create innovative solutions unless policymakers create the space for those new approaches to emerge. The fact of the matter is that while schools and districts want to innovate, that comes second to showing gains on next year's state test. We've worked in too many communities where administrators and teachers will say, sometimes in tears, something like, I know what you all are trying to do is much better for our kids in the longer term, but if we don't show higher test scores next year, I could lose my job. So please just play the game that they want us to play. That game is the wrong game for kids. What matters is long-term mastery, ensuring all students are able to achieve the ultimate objective of college and career readiness, even though some may take different paths to get there, and will get there at different times.
So we started this in 15. There was our journey with the board in 15. So by 2026, we want to have everyone engaged in this process. Let me just remind you that in 15, we were doing the listening tour to collect the data. 16, we announced the vision and we put the goals in place, continued to modify them. So it's really been since 17 that we've been really, really hard at this. And then guess what happened in 20? We blew it up. We're in survival, right? We're in survival. How much longer? Maybe the entire year. So that's a bump. It's just a bump. We're still headed in the right direction, but you know what? We're going to have a setback. It's okay if we know where we're going. It takes a while for us to get there, but I'm going to ask you, really double down. Double down as we come out of this. Double down as we take a look at kids. Give great kudos where we've got districts really, really struggling to do really hard work to figure this out. Because we're rapidly going toward that 2026 goal. So here is that chart that Steve mentioned in the last accreditation. Here's our chart. It's always a 5-year. It's always in arrears. 18's now there. 13's long gone. 12's gone because it's a 5-year average. We continue to tick up in graduation. We haven't seen the graduation rate for 2020. We'll see it here in the next few months. Hopefully by November I can share that with you. But the rate is going up. But I want to again tell the story that this data doesn't tell from one perspective of one school district that is not at 48% post-secondary, which is the state average. By the way, what that means is 48% of kids that start as a freshman in high school, once they get to 2 years out of high school, they've graduated high school and they have another certificate, associate degree, or they're still in school. And we need 75. We need skilled labor, we need baccalaureate labor, we need master's degree, we need engineers, we need doctors, we need nurses, we need plumbers, we need electricians. And I'm going to come to what I think we can really do even today to really get after that. But as you know, you got to do kindergarten readiness well, you've got to have academics. Our academics in Kansas, we don't have enough rigor in them. We're setting the bar too low for kids. I can just tell you, because we're giving out A's when kids aren't doing levels 3 and 4 work. As you move to a competency system, that will change, but we have that going on. That's no one's fault. It just has happened. All right, as we look at this. Let me show you this example. Whoops. Let me first tell you, there was the first year, 11 to 15. There was the second. Shouldn't have done that. We lost. Technology is great until it's not. And since we're on Zoom, I'm going to do it this way. So here was the first year. 85% 5-year average graduation rate. That is now, as of last year, 87.5. Needs to get to 95. No reason every kid should not graduate from a Kansas high school. They don't. So again, as I've said to you many times, I could care less that we whipped some other state. Doesn't matter. We need every kid to graduate high school. We're moving that direction. The pink tells you how many of those graduates went on, and then the blue is just the combination. There it was the next year. There it was last year. And there it is this past year. I apologize, the graphics got a little different. We changed a little bit of the color scheme. Is graduation rate up? Yes, but it's ticking up over the 5 years slowly. What you see is we've gone from 52 to 56 on the number of kids completing something post-secondary. And the 48, even though it's tied in the last 2 years, it did go up some tenths. It's got to move faster. And guess what's going to happen this year? College enrollment's off. I mean, not a little bit. Trade school enrollment, at best, is going to be equal. Community college enrollment off. So we're going to be off this year unless we recoup those kids. So we're going to have to readjust. Bump in the road, right? Look at the long term. When you're investing for retirement, And everyone will tell you, think long term, right? Don't follow the stock market every day. It generally goes up over the long term if you hold those things. We can do this, but we've got to move it faster. Not artificially, but we've got to move it faster. Here's the example I wanted you to see. I'm so proud of these people in Pittsburgh, Kansas. Look at that rate, 41. That's not even at the state average. Look where they were in 14. By the way, what you can't see is where they were in 13 and where they were in 12, which was even lower. Look at the graduation rate. That's in the yellow. Look at the number of kids going on. That's in the pink. And then look at the blue. If you want to talk about an accreditation model that looks at growth, there it is. By the way, also look at the blue, which is their predictive value, and that they exceed their predictive value because Pittsburgh has a lot of poverty. Are they where they want to be? No. Should they be celebrated greatly? Yes. This is exactly what KISA was intended to do. They have a strategic plan. Their board, Rich Profit, all their parents have been working really hard. And that's the type of thing, you know, when we drop off 14 and 15, this data is going to go up exponentially for them. So we're very excited about what they're doing down there, and I want to congratulate everyone there. Now, let's talk about where I think we can make the biggest impact still in 2021 with something called individual plans of study. Our goal. Every student beginning in middle school have an IPS. You just heard about that. That's what you said. Everyone has one. And they're not being done to the level that we need to have them done. Because a check, saying I have one and doing it really well are two different things. We have to ingrain this into who we are. So here's the required components. You have some strength finders and career interest. What you'll hear is we use career cruising. We use Zello. We use Navient. That's something that they use to do their strength finder. And then what you'll hear is, well, my kid took one of those strength finders and said they wanted to be a insert whatever. It doesn't say what you want to be. It says based upon how you, here are some jobs that match your interest. That should be a conversation then, right? With an adult. It says, is this what you want to be? And sometimes the kid will go, that's it. That's spot on. Other times they'll go, that's not who I want to be. But you have to have a conversation. 8th to 12th grade course builder. Build your courses based upon your interest. We've had great discussions about your kids, right? Build your courses based upon your career interest. How often do you think that happens in Kansas high schools today? Not enough. What are we doing still? Remember, we're trying to change systems that were built up for a long time. We're counting credits and requirements, right? I have these required courses and this amount of credit. A general post-secondary plan. Well, where do you think you're going to go? So as you know, I get the opportunity to go talk to kids a lot. And not as much this year. I've been spending more with admin teams. Janet and I got to spend, some time with admin teams as Michelle and, all of us, all of you. But when I ask kids who are seniors in high school, have you thought about next year? So we're in October. We're October 13th today. If I was in grade Ben talking to seniors, I'd say, Ben, hey, have you thought about next year? And you get a lot of this. So I'll usually grab two kids at random. It's amazing how you can see one kid that's interested and one kid that's not, just by looking at them in the audience. So have you thought about next year? I'll get a lot of this. What are you thinking about next year? Almost every time, what do you think the answer they give me? They tell me where they're going. I'm going to Butler County. I'm going to fill in the blank. I don't care where you're going. I want to know what you're passionate about doing, right? Because once we know that, then the plan is, where do you want to go do that, right? But we're doing it just the opposite, and that's adults' behavior. That's what adults have done. Tell me where you're going. Tell me where you're going. And then a portable electronic portfolio. We are working with KBOR to transfer that to the institutions of higher learning. So that would transfer. So we would have people in Washburn Tech or Mid-American Nazarene sitting down and transferring those course of actions across. If we could get this better even this year, so seniors have 8 months. If you have a grandson or daughter or your own child, maybe we have longer. Your freshman has longer, right, Michelle? Ask those seniors, are you taking the courses to where you want to go? And if they say, I don't know what I want to do, then let's explore. It's okay not to know what you want to do. These are conversations with meaningful adults. There's many places do this really well. Let's kudos to Topeka Seaman, for example. They spent a lot of time and effort trying to get this right. If you just do that with every kid, our data will take care of itself. It will. 70-80% of our kids will go on to something post-secondary, and the others will join the military, and they'll take over the family farm, and they'll go into an apprenticeship, and you'll watch it just happen. But if we have a student that says, I want to be a nurse in the Army. This happened, when I was in Fredonia a year ago. I want to be a nurse in the Army. And we're studying on October 13th. What would you advise that student to do? I want to be a nurse in the Army, is what a young lady told me last fall. So I said to her, wow, that's great. What do you need to do? She said, I need to pass the ASVAB. That's the test to go in the armed services. Do you know what the truth is about that? She's right. Kinda. You know how many people pass the ASVAB to go into the Army? Not the Air Force, Gene, the Army. Almost everyone. You know how many pass it to be a nurse? Not almost everyone. She didn't know the score to be a nurse. She knew the score, She wants to be a nurse. You can take the ASVAB and you don't score to be a nurse, you score to be a cook. You score to be an infantryman because you have to score higher to be a nurse. So I said, we got to score higher. I said, how about chemistry? You like chemistry? No, I don't like chemistry. You taking chemistry? No. Go change your schedule. Right? Go change your schedule. We got to get you in, all right? Number one reason kids don't make it in the armed services, military in Kansas, enlist, they can't make it through basic training. Let's go get some PE classes. Let's get you in a couple PE classes, right? She's looking at me like, what are you doing? We're changing your schedule, right? We have 8 months. We have 8 months to get you to your dream. Do you really want it? Do you really want it bad? Those are the type, that's an individual plan of study on the fly. I can do that in every school. It doesn't take that long. If that's their dream. Now, if they say, I don't know if that is my dream. Great. It's okay. Tell us the truth, right? We can then work on that. So, this is our work-based continuum. Many of you have said, doesn't this have to start earlier? Yes. With exploration and knowledge, you can't be what you don't know. So career awareness, career exploration, career preparation. Over the next several months, I'll share with you graduation data. We won't have any test data. I'll share with you ACT data because we'll have the data from the first year where every kid that wanted to took the ACT. And guess what? Happened to the aggregate scores. They went down. And guess what the lay people will say? Well, you're doing work. No, we increased the number of participation. In fact, when I show you in a couple months how we did relative to other states, we did better. But it doesn't matter. The question is, are we getting them prepared for the level of which they want to go to? Can they get accepted and can they succeed in whatever they want to do after high school? So with that, Madam Chair, it's a snapshot of the last year. Again, I want to thank you. You'll see a great spread in here. Tabitha Rossbroy. You're going to get to hear from her this afternoon, among others. She's the National Teacher of the Year. And then there's a nice honor to our Kansas Star recognition people. And then a guy that's hung out with us for 53 years is a little bit of a celebration of his life too.
Thank you, Randy. Appreciate the update. A lot of good information, a lot of challenges as we go forward. We know that. Look forward to the conversation tomorrow. We'll have some time to be a little more in depth with some of these and have some good conversations with kind of how we go forward through the pandemic and then kind of getting into because our 5 goal areas are mentioned on the agenda item, so it's be good to have some conversation about those. We've got a couple questions or comments. Start with Ann Ma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of questions. How come we don't have the 2019 post-secondary data? We should have gotten that earlier this year.
No, it's always 2 years in arrears.
Another year, so it'll be
So you're looking at 2018 data on July 1 of 2020.
20.
We
Okay.
look at those kids 2 years out
We
of
should
high
give them
school.
the second fall to go.
Right, so
Gotcha.
the class of 19, we will look at on July 1 of 2021.
Gotcha.
Yep.
When we talk about, and we know that we don't have the rigor we need, but is there a measure of that other than the state assessment? Because if there isn't, then we're just saying the state assessment's what matters.
No, there are. So so we have the summative state assessment.
Right?
We have free interim state assessments that measure that, so that you can give those for free at any time in 6 to 9 week intervals. We have ACT matched to that, so once they start taking 8th grade and beyond, the ACT suite, we know what that is, what that level should be. And again, I'm only talking about academically, which is only one area. And then we're working to tell you on AIMSweb, Dibbles, FastBridge, those screeners. So when I'm in kindergarten, and Jim will know this well, and I'm measuring nonsense words, what's the level I've got to be at to be equatable to that? So that our academic measures, whether they're done locally or progress monitor or statewide, are all aligned toward that same level of rigor.
Okay. And I just had one more, if that's okay. Parents sometimes complain that the IPS, when they know about it, which is a lot, but when they know about it, they complain that it's more based on the student's interest than what they're really good at. And they wondered if there shouldn't be more balance, because in 8th grade, what you're interested in may only last for, till next week.
So when I ask middle school students, have you thought about after high school, what do you want to maybe do? Number 1 answer, pro football player. Number 2, skateboarder or gamer. So that's the mismatch, right?
Right.
I mean, so what we're looking for are interest. So if I say to Janet, tell me what you're interested in. She says, I love to read. I said, really, do you love science, Janet? And she goes, no, not really. How about math? You get up in the morning wanting to do equations and you like to solve? No, not really. You like to be with people? You like to work alone? Those are the type of things we want to know early on, because those give us some indication. If Janet says, I really don't like numbers that well and I don't like the science, she probably isn't going to be an engineer. But I don't need to know that now. I want to know about her in general, because what kids will look to is, what should I be? When you get to the little ones, everyone wants to be a fireman, a nurse, a teacher, astronaut. So I think we're asking like definitive questions, and when we ought to be asking general questions and having conversations. We don't want to pigeonhole any student. Most students in early high school are not going to know what they want to do. And they search to tell us what they want to do, but we should be open to having them say, I don't know, and then have them continue to look at things and jobs that relate to their interest, and then have them say yes or no, and start to narrow
I just
that.
remember, I think must have been the Tech Ed conference, because it was early this year. But one of the schools made a presentation on how Zello or career cruising wasn't really getting it because it was only interest, and they had added to it. I was trying to think now the name of the assessment that actually measured, what you're really good at, and they thought that it was better to have that balance to talk to kids about. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Michelle Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Dr. Watson. We met at DeSoto School within a week, and then we also met at Gardner Edgerton, and I was really pleased. I want to shout out to those leaders there and administrators and curriculum coaches. They were working really hard to meet the deadlines for dyslexia, for reading. And they were really pleased at what they had accomplished, the training that they had been given to the teachers, and then what they were already seeing as far as reading in those schools with those children. They were already seeing some progress on that just within their teachers and having that extra training. So I want to commend those two schools. And then I had a town hall last Thursday, and I want to commend Dr. Bierman Brian Bierman of Lewisburg. He is getting emails from Texas and other states on opening early, opening on time, staying open, and doing it with best practices. I mean, Miami County does not have a mask mandate, but they went ahead and continue with the masks. On the recess, they have the option, the kids, especially the little kids, to take their mask off, or they kind of separate those. But I just wanted to commend him for doing a good job as far as mitigating the virus within his schools, keeping the sports going, keeping the students in person, all the way from elementary to high school. So those are some things that I just want to make sure that if other superintendents saying, how are you doing this? That he's able to be able to share that information. And it was just a very, those were very good meetings. And so I just want to start with that. And then my other question on at-risk students, since most everyone's getting or has the option of getting a free lunch, or not just free and reduced, are those parents still filling out the forms? A lot of children, like you said, aren't in school or maybe not hearing from those. Are they still filling out the forms? How are we going to know, or look at that as far as a gauge, if everyone's getting the lunch? It's not just, it's to all.
No, that's a great question, Michelle. And I may grab Cheryl for tomorrow to answer this specifically, because she can give you the data. It appears, though, that they are. The districts have tried to really put a concerted effort to make sure that we do that. But I'll get you the specific numbers for tomorrow, and Cheryl would have that. Because you're right, the worry is, will they fill out the application because we're giving free lunch to everyone because of the federal waiver right now?
And I guess another question on that is that everything's COVID related. I mean, everything seems to go back to COVID, why we're in hybrid or why we're virtual. So like KSDE, were they allowed to get, I know they got CARES Act money, but are we able to offset salaries? You're spending so much time deflecting questions or answering questions. Are we able to do that with CARES Act money, as far as, rather than just taking it out of a general fund, or just cover some of those costs for like tracking purposes, like how many schools are accredited that are private and public? Like when they started school, are they still in virtual, or not just due to a parent choice, but because they haven't come back yet, just so that we can kind of have a gauge on test scores, grades, our assessments, and because it is different. I mean, I have kids doing hybrid right now, and it is not the same as it's not the same at all as in person. I mean, they've even cut back on labs. They've cut back on what they're doing because they're not in the school, so they're doing different things. Just not maybe meeting as much and requiring as much. So I'm just curious.
So it's a great question. And you know this because those of you that have been traveling with me lately, as we sat down with admin teams, we spent a couple hours with them just talking about all the issues and listening to their challenges. We received about $80 million of CARES money that flowed from us and was distributed to school districts. We were allowed to keep, and we kept $400,000 back for our internal operations to support making sure that we had accountability back to those dollars. In addition, Spark money, which went to the governor and then was allocated to the counties, in many cases got allocated to school districts. Our agency didn't get any of that money. In fact, if we're looking at revenues, I know in our agency we're cautious that we may have to have a cut because of state revenues in the future. We don't know that yet, but we're certainly cautious about that. So, Michelle, we don't have a way to track. I don't know today from an absolute who's in hybrid, who's in remote. We don't have a way to track that because it changes a lot. Who's quarantined, who's not? I don't have access to that data because of privacy. Of course, we didn't have state assessment data, so there is some local data academically, and the social emotional data, because it's so sensitive, we allow that to stay local. We don't aggregate any of that. So I know people have called and said, can you just tell me how many districts are in hybrid? I don't know. I can tell you that most of the large districts are in remote and hybrid, most of the small are in person, but that's not universal. So there was not money allocated for that in the CARES Act. It went to the schools for them to do whatever they needed to do with it, and they can use all year to do that. Yeah, the schools could, oh, absolutely. And in fact, we're asking them to write as a narrative in KISA. What have you found? And, you know, because I go out and I ask this, Jan will remember too, have you progress monitored and what did you find when you tested those kids? And what every district has told me is that the young kids severely lower in reading and math, more than the normal spread that you would get over the summer. Special ed kids, very low, but that the older kids didn't lose as much.
We talked about that, the kids that have second devices, they have a way of
Yes.
looking up the answers, and a
Yeah.
lot of, and I asked that of the Gardner Edgerton, they were done virtually, and I thought, oh, those are skewed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's gonna be skewed for the higher kids that have a second device where they can actually look up those answers. So until they get into a setting where they're monitored and
Right.
in person, I think we would encourage every district to retest, and so that way we'll have a better gauge of knowing what those true scores
Yeah.
are.
And social emotional, and you've heard all those, you know, from kids. I don't want to go back to school. I don't feel safe. We have that anxiety there. I want to go back to school. Anxiety there.
Okay, we have a question from Steve Roberts, and then Jean Clifford has a question also. Steve?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. It seems like every time someone mentions IB, International Baccalaureate, when the opportunity arises, my colleague Jim McNeese mentions AVID, right? The Advancement via Individual Determination. Folks, I'm looking at their website here, a nonprofit that changes lives by helping schools shift to a more equitable, student-centered approach. I had the opportunity to interview with Sumner Academy, an IB school, and you mentioned rigor. So between my colleagues at the wings here, between colleague McNeese and colleague Ma, who voted with me that we didn't really need a baby math teaching license, and thank you, Ann, for that vote. It seems to me that the talking point that we should take the birthday out of the equation for moving kids along in math really resonates with educators, with parents, with students. Everybody knows that, yeah, it's probably a good idea. We should probably take the birthday out of the equation for moving kids along in math. So my question to you, and this may be a discussion for another time, this may be a future agenda item, but are some of the 40 districts that are hitting on all cylinders, are they actually starting to do that? Are they starting to take the birthday out of the equation for moving kids along in a subject like math?
I would say that they're looking at doing that irregardless of math or language arts or social studies, just moving kids at the pace that they can master content. You can't move them entirely at that because you would get socialization way out of whack. So you have some limitations. So the way you do that is you put them in multiple level projects where you can differentiate within the project, and then you individualize the skill work. So, but you keep them in somewhat of a group for socialization, recess, playground. Yes, Wichita is our largest district, is attempting to start to do that process and was doing it in the elementary and was going to go to the middle school, and probably got disrupted quite a bit, but they're the largest district in Kansas is attempting to do just that. It's a monumental shift because at some point what parents also want are grades. And grades are really an interesting thing. Anyone that's been in school knows it's pretty subjective, but for a parent, I got A's and B's, I feel pretty good. So I will continue to have those discussions, but it is taking place in some districts.
Jean Clifford?
Thank you. I just had a sort of a question, and I was wondering what your thoughts were. It seems to me that in order to know what your interests are, that you need to have a variety of experiences. And I know that some of our students are not exposed to the same amount of daily living experiences that others might be through travel or opportunities to see different things. And is there any opportunity or are there any thoughts about having schools trying to improve students' exposure to a variety of experiences so as to give them a better basis for, finding an interest or finding something that they could be passionate about that perhaps it wouldn't be apparent in their daily life?
Yes, thank you. And by the way, it's a really good looking background you have there. Kudos to our communication team for putting that together for everyone. We got to test that out with Janet. It was a little too dark when Janet used it, so we lightened it up. So if you go back, Gene, to what I shared about the continuum, elementary school. So remember this, you can't be what you can't imagine. If you don't have schema, you can't do it. So elementary's got to be about field trips. Field trips. And those get cut oftentimes when we're thinking about just trying to get academic, because you've got to expose kids to what does this look like? How does this feel? More so than just bringing people in, which is great. You've got to have field trips, and not every kid can go 4 times a year to the pumpkin patch. Okay, that's a great field trip once, but right, because so field trips. And then exposure through job or through getting out to business, especially starting in middle school, where they just get to go watch on a shop floor, Gene, or they get to go tour a hospital, they get to go to a vet clinic, and they get to see just for a little bit of time, a few hours, so that they have a schema of what that looks like. Because without that, they don't. They know what mom and dad do, but they don't have much schema. And that's really important in our poor communities or our first generation communities, because they just don't know. A very good question.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, for your update and your report. And this is a different year, and our results will look a little different. We know we don't have state assessment. Look forward to a little bit more conversation tomorrow as we kind of get into some additional but related topics. So appreciate the report, appreciate the questions from board members as we continue to move forward. And as you mentioned, Commissioner, this will be a blip in the road as far as some of our data and some of our things, but we will continue to move forward because that's what we do. Okay, board members, we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. We have actually a number of some awards coming up this afternoon, so that'll be great. So thank you. to order the afternoon session of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting, the October meeting. We are very excited this afternoon to have some great guests with us this afternoon. We are going to do a recognition of Confidence in Public Education 2020 recipients of the ABC Award. And actually, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Janet Wall, and she's going to introduce this item. So, Janet?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really an exciting time, and this is going to be fun. We hear so many negative things, so right now this is a great thing. We have something really wonderful to celebrate. And I just want you to know that I happen to be very, very proud to serve as a member of the Confidence in Kansas Public Education Task Force. Many of you will know some of the things we do, like the Challenge Awards and Governor's Scholars, but this is another one. We present an ABC Award once a year to an individual or a group or association who has done an outstanding job for education for students in Kansas. And it's my honor to introduce G.A. Bowie, who happens to be the chair of the Confidence in Kansas Public Education Task Force, but some of you may know him as the executive director of USA. Welcome, G.A.
Thank you, Janet. I appreciate the introduction. And Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, thank you for this opportunity to share with these 5 individuals a special award today. As many of you probably know, the Confidence in Public Education Task Force is made up of many organizations, including the Kansas National Education Association, the Kansas Association of School Boards, you guys, the Kansas Education Department, the League of Women Voters, USA Kansas, the Kansas School Superintendents Association, and the Kansas State High School Activity Association. And as Janet shared, we get to do a lot of amazing things to recognize some of the great things that go on in Kansas education. So today is my opportunity to recognize these 5 individuals that we have with us today on their leadership. I know they didn't do this by themselves, and they would be the first to tell me, especially Dr. Gibson, will be the first to tell you that nothing happens by themselves, but someone has to take charge and someone has to be the leader to make great things happen. And today, on behalf of the Confidence in Public Education Task Force, I'm excited to introduce these 5 individuals. As you know, as the state board, led us through the continuous learning plan and have developed the Navigating Change document, which is a living and breathing document as we move forward in Kansas education today. But as we know, it's going to be there for a long time moving forward. And that's the amazing thing, the vision that has been put forth by these individuals to make this happen. So today, it's my pleasure to introduce this year's recipient of the ABC Award, Cindy Couchman. Cindy is the former 2009 Kansas Teacher of the Year and the Buehler Superintendent of Schools. Dr. Corey Gibson, who is our 2020 Kansas Superintendent of the Year and the proud Superintendent of Valley Center School District. Diane Smokorowski, the 2013 Kansas Teacher of the Year, and recently with the Andover School District, but now is the Coordinator for Digital Literacy in Wichita. I had to look that one up, Diane. Shannon Ralph, who is the 2015 Kansas Teacher of the Year from Dodge City, but I'm proud to say Shannon is now teaching in the Gardner-Edgerton School District, had my son last year in her class at Gardner-Edgerton High School. And then Tabitha Rossproy. And I don't know if Tabitha at this time needs any more introduction, our 2020 National Teacher of the Year. So congratulations to each of you, and thank you for your leadership. Madam Chair, if it would be appropriate, I'd love for these individuals to share something with the board.
Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to have them share. I see Diane on Zoom, but I don't see her picture. Maybe she's probably still busy working on some project or something, knowing Diane. So, yeah, we'd love to hear from each one of these members as we're going forward. So, yeah, please go ahead. And I don't know, Cindy, you're on my list first. So, do you want to go first?
Well, sure. I'll just then I'll kick it off to the next person or something. So thank you. This is an amazing award. When I looked at the organizations that support it, it sort of encompasses all stakeholders in education. And so that's really a cool recognition. But I think I speak on, I'm sure like GA said, that this was just we are just representatives of a broader group of educators that work their tails off to make education happen. including our board and including our commissioner and deputy commissioners. So we're just excited. You know, truthfully, it turned out to be one of the highlights of our career. It's a lot of work, but it was truly a highlight of my career to watch educators come together for something bigger and better than themselves. And so I just thank you for this. I'll kick it to Shannon.
Hey, thank you, Cindy. And I really just want to echo what Cindy said. You're right, GA. This is not a 5-person project. As all of you know, I think at the end of the day, we had over 1,000 people working on this. I mean, it was a humongous project, and I'm very humbled by this award, and can't thank you enough for the recognition. But I really want to share it with the multiple people who participated in the development of the document. And I do have to tell you that when we're all done, we were doing some final wrap up, and Dr. Watson said to us, I think he was speaking to me and Dr. Gibson, and he said, gosh, if you would have known what this was going to take, my guess is you would have avoided my phone call or something. And we both said, you know what, that's not true, because when you're working for something that has such great value, we're happy to do it. And I am like Cindy and the rest of the team, where I'm humbled and honored to have been a part of this, and extremely proud of the work, and can't wait to watch Kansas continue to grow and just get better. So I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Gibson.
Well, thank you. And recently, Dr. Ralph, who had another big project going on simultaneously. So congratulations, Shannon. It was a pleasure to work with the entire group, and side by side, Shannon and I spent a lot of time on the phone, obviously, and got to know each other very well. And she's a great representation of the great educators out there too, that are working so hard. So I know we're talking about navigating change. I know we're talking about the work of the summer, but there are so many hardworking educators out there right now who are now putting it into practice. And that's where the rubber hits the road. We put it on paper, they put it in their classrooms, on their buses, and in their cafeterias. So I think a shout out to all Kansans, but certainly all those that contributed to this. So thank you.
Is it me? Can you hear me?
Tabitha?
All right, you can hear me okay? That's good. You're in the headphones, so I don't know. You know, working from home is it's really interesting to be working from home when you're so used to being in the classroom. I'm just so thankful and excited to be honored in this way. Kansas goes above and beyond in elevating their educators and celebrating them, and this is just another way that you guys have shown your commitment to doing that, and making teachers and admin feel valued and celebrated. And again, I just want to echo what everyone else says. There's tons of work going on right now. I am not in the classroom right now, which again is interesting, but I am connected to these classrooms, and I see how much effort teachers are putting in. It's sort of like the idea of being on the shoulders of giants, right? We did this job, we answered the call, but then it had to go out to the masses to be implemented. And so as we accept this award today, we accept it for everybody whose effort has been put into this, and those that continue to work and make sure our kids are educated during this really difficult time. So thank you so much.
Diane?
Diane is actually multitasking. She's listening in and just sent us a text. She is conducting a webinar right now, and she's reading it. So you all know Diane. This is the typical of educators, right? We've got one earpiece in doing another Zoom while we're doing this. So I know that Diane would just echo everybody else's thoughts, and she's super appreciative.
Well, somehow that doesn't surprise me that any one of you would be multitasking and doing some other things also. You know, it's wonderful. The Confidence in Public Education group has recognizing you, and I know you all shared that you're just indicative of what's going on throughout the state right now, because everybody is going above and beyond. Is it hard work? Yes, it's hard work. We know that everybody's working hard. It's different work. We had a conversation this morning with the commissioner when he talked about, when we move into the future. I just can't help but think that this work that you guys have started us on and helped guide is really going to change how we do things in the future. Because we will get out of this. We will get through it. Right now it doesn't feel like it probably, but we will. And as we take this work, I think it's really going to help us when we move forward and thinking about doing things a little differently. So GA, come back to you.
Well, thanks again, Madam Chair. And I know this is a little bit unusual to present at the state board meeting, but this was Janet's idea, and I think it was a wonderful idea, especially with the work that they did on behalf of KSDE and our Kansas kids. And again, I hope everybody got their awards. I tried to deliver those yesterday, and unfortunately didn't get to speak to any one of these people in person because they were all so busy. But we're happy on behalf of the Conference of Public Education Task Force to continue the great work that these guys are doing and recognize them for that. So again, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, for this time.
Well, thank you, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more from all of you. I do think we have a question or a comment. Ben Jones?
More of a comment. Dr. Gibson, you need a trophy case outside of your office now for all the accolades you've received this year. So congratulations.
Where I get to work every day.
You're in a great district, and Superintendent Couchman, I am wearing a Bueller mask in here. You can't see it because of the screen, but I'm wearing that Bueller mask, and that office looks very familiar.
Did you go to school there or something? And is that why it looks familiar? Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. I know you guys are continuing to do the hard work out there in the field, and we certainly appreciate it, and all the teachers and the folks listening today. So thank you very much for everything. Oh, wait a minute. There's Diane. Get back on, Diane. Are you?
Providing the students to identify that problem that they have found, and how can they think
working.
It's been a wild day with technology today. I'm sorry for that, friends. And I know you're in the middle. I just want to say thank you. It's been fantastic to be a part of this. And if anything, I'm absolutely overjoyed to be a Kansas educator and work in this space with incredible people across the state. Thank you so much for the honor.
Okay, well, thank you, Diane. Appreciate all your hard work. Thanks, everybody. Okay, we are go on to agenda item number 12, and this again is another recognition. What an exciting time that we can get to do some of these recognitions for our schools and our folks that are out there working so hard. We have a recognition for Complete High School as a 2020 National School of Character. Now, this is also via Zoom. I'm going to check. That's supposed to be at 2, so we're early, right? Because I bet Christy's not on. We could go to bullying awareness if need be. Okay, yeah, so board members, we're going to go to item 13, and then we'll come back at 2 o'clock to do item 12, which is the recognition of Complete High School. Okay, well, we'll wait to do that one, and then we'll go to item 13, which Kent, you're doing that also. So it is the recognition of Anti-Bullying Awareness Week in Kansas, and Kent's going to be with us today and is going to present this item. I think he's probably going to get his PowerPoint up, would be my guess. So we'll wait just a minute while we're able to do that. Okay, looks like our technology is ready. So, Kent, we'll turn that over to you. So welcome.
Annual update of our Anti-Bullying Awareness Week, which was established by a joint resolution between the State Senate and the State Board. And here's a poster that we put together. We chose the theme Choose Peace this year, I think appropriately. It is also a national celebration during this month. And this is a poster that we put together last year, and it really highlights 3 of our helplines. The first one is the school violence hotline. Most of you are very familiar with that. It was developed shortly after Columbine, and we've had that partnership with the Highway Patrol for many years. The Acts of Bullying helpline is sponsored by Kansas Children's Service League, and it is a helpline. It's not a reporting line. It's a helpline for kids, educators, and parents in order to better learn how to deal with bullying. And then last year, our Safe Schools unit partnered with the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and created the Suspicious Activity Hotline. And we rolled that out about the same time last year. So we have asked schools to be sure to post those posters around their buildings. Just to give you an idea of some of the activities the schools are involved with, I've shown this slide before. Honestly, as a result of a pandemic, I had fewer submissions this year as far as examples than I have ever had. And I didn't want to push them. They're dealing with enough, and I'm confident, and I'll show you some data that supports my confidence, that they are dealing with bullying prevention, but at this point in time, there are some other things that certainly are they're focusing on. But what I did want to do is kind of use this as a precursor for what's coming in December. And Madam Chair, you will probably have comments about the School Mental Health Advisory Council's recommendations based on the Blue Ribbon Panel. And what I thought I'd do is share some data that we have that makes me feel kind of optimistic. First of all, this is from the KIOS system, the Kansas Integrated Accountability System. We used to call it CANDIS, and schools submit this data. And this shows you the total number of incidents that were reported and the type of incident it was, whether it was relational, for example, exclusion, gossiping, etc., verbal, cyberbullying, and physical bullying. Now, one interesting note on this is that the window for this is from July 1 to June 30th. So this was impacted, I think, tremendously by the stay-at-home orders. In other words, once the stay-at-home orders went into effect, there were fewer incidents reported from March on. But this is baseline data for us, and it's a new system, and we also kind of tweaked the questions in the system. So we'll look at this as baseline data moving on, and the next year when we report, we'll compare the two. Okay? Any questions about the kiosk data?
If you have any questions, board members, just put your name on the list. And the kiosk, like you said, Ken, it's new. You might just talk a little bit more about it. I mean, obviously, they have a definition of how to know, how to categorize the incident, correct?
Right. What I'm going to show you today is the type of incident that they would list the incident was in terms of the type of bullying, okay, relational, verbal, cyber, physical, etc. And then we also track the consequence of that incident. Okay? But again, that was impacted, no doubt, significantly by COVID. Now, you might ask, one of the larger components there is other or none, and to give you an example of some of the other consequences, that particular student or students could be asked to attend counseling sessions. If it was serious enough, there might be a diversion program involved. There is a method of family group conferencing where you bring in the family or caregiver, the school, etc. So that's an example, or those are examples of the other category. Okay?
We do have a couple of questions. Would you like to take those now?
Sure.
Okay, Ann Maw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, last session, legislative session, there was a bill requiring schools to do certain things in regard to bullying, and it didn't get through, but that was because they said, we'll give the board a chance to deal with that. Have we incorporated into our efforts the key items that were in that bill? Because if not, I think we're going to expect it back again next session.
I would defer to the chair because, yes, we have, in terms of the blue ribbon panel recommendations, and those will be coming in December. But there were several considerations that we carried when Myron and I presented to the legislative committees. We carried those concerns to the School Mental Health Advisory Council, and they certainly took those under advisement.
But I thought we'd already been through recommendations. I think what this group was looking for was action and something with some teeth in it.
Well, I don't want to speak for the chair, but I believe that the recommendations actually in December will be action items to a certain degree.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Jim Porter.
Thank you, Kent. This is a follow-up on Ann. I was at that session, and one of the things that several people asked us about was accountability. And so I want to make sure that we can, I couldn't answer that question, but the suggestion that I would make on the top category where it says other and none, the people that questioned us last year are only going to see none. So I would hope that we can have some examples that are easily identified as some of those others, and none perhaps being a separate category, provided it's lower.
Okay. I'll certainly take that to not only the School Mental Health Advisory, but also to those that work with the integrated system. Okay, good questions. Any other questions? Okay. Now, this data comes from the Kansas Communities of Care Survey, and it, I would say, is a more true picture of bullying in terms of what I'm presenting today, because their window is from November 1 to January 23rd. That's when they administer the KCTC, so it was not impacted by COVID or the stay-at-home orders. So that's why I'm saying it's probably a more true picture, at least of from a perception data point of view. There were 78,548 students who took the survey. That's 246 districts, and I think all of us will be very pleased to see that that percentage of total districts is up to 86%. So most of our districts are utilizing the Kansas Communities of Care Survey, and that also includes 8 private schools. What students told us was that, do they see bullying regularly? 12.3% said they do. That's 1 to 2 times per week. Are they being bullied regularly? 5.5% said they were. And is there electronic bullying involved, cyberbullying? And 3.4% said there was. 41% of students who reported seeing bullying at school said they would intervene to stop the bullying. We'd like to see that higher. And that falls into our whole social emotional curriculum instruction standards initiatives. Excluding those that are not sure, 59% of students report that when adults at school see bullying, they stop it and solve the problem. And frankly, we'd like to see more of that. Okay? All right, now here's some charts, and this is one of the questions that's asked during this school year: how often have you seen someone being bullied? It also represents longitudinal data, which we don't have with kiosks because that's baseline data since it's a new system. And you can see that there seems to be a positive trend from 2016 to 2020. And in point of fact, this past year, and remember, it was not impacted by COVID, kids seemed to think that there was less incidence of bullying, that they saw it less frequently, okay, and that they were impacted by it less frequently. And so, kudos to not only the state board, but also to all of the school districts and buildings that have put bullying prevention on the front burner. And it's a step in the right direction. It doesn't solve the problem, but certainly it's the best data that we've had in several years. Okay, here's another question. During this school year, how often have you been bullied? Every day seems to be pretty pat, but you can see that the numbers reflect the optimism that I shared with you earlier. Okay? Now, this slide presented some concern last year because it deals with suicidal ideation. Bullying and suicidal ideation merge, and we call that bullycide. And we were afraid that that was a serious problem. All right, I'm going to show you this past year's results, and then I'm going to tell you what they were last year when I reported them out to you. This past year, 18% of our students said they had thoughts of suicide. Last year, I reported, or KCTC reported, 18.7. So we reduced that. The second bubble, 10.4% of our kids made a plan relative to suicidal ideation. That's this year, 10.4%. Last year, it was 10.7. So again, some improvement. The inner circle bubble, those that actually made an attempt. 4.3 reported that they had, and last year we reported 4.3 as well. So that remains stable. And then a smaller fraction, those that made an attempt without a plan. Last year that was 0.5%, or this year it was 0.5%, and last year it was 0.6. So there was a slight decrease with that as well. The challenge isn't over, but I think we see some optimistic trends, and we certainly want to encourage, and I know there are a lot of counselors and social workers listening out there. Let's keep that train rolling. Keep up the good work. Any questions?
Well, there probably will be, but it looks like Christy's on the line.
Okay. Is Noli on the line too?
See Christy, I did see Noli.
Oh, there's
and,
Noli.
Looks like maybe a group of kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if you're ready, I can
Yeah, let's,
move into the National School of Character. And,
yeah,
and we're-
let's do that, but I think they can pull it up to where we get the faces on the screen rather than the PowerPoint. Can we do that, Nathan?
I think, well, there may be questions that I can come back to the PowerPoint, but.
Yeah, if we can.
has a PowerPoint.
He does?
Christy does.
Christy does?
She's got a video.
Oh, okay. Is it that video they sent us?
Yes,
Okay. Which we will probably share here.
yes.
Cool. So we're going to stop sharing so everybody's bigger. And we'll
Okay, as Nathan's doing that, I'll introduce Noli, who then will introduce Dr. Custer and our National School of Character. Thank you, Board, for your support, and this has become kind of a tradition. I don't know how many years in a row, and Noli has that embedded in her mind, no doubt. But I want to introduce Noli McDonald Augustine from Smoky Hill. She is the preeminent expert in character education in the state now, and has worked with us and has been a friend of the board in terms of being the co-chair of the SECD standards. And then in the spring, when we made the move to competencies, she was right there in the front line with us doing that. So, Noli, I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely, and this is one of the funnest things that I get to do, and a great honor to present to you and to introduce this group. I am just honored to introduce Dr. Christy Custer, her staff, and her students from Complete Mays High School. They not only are the National School of Character from Kansas this last year, but they are the first school in the state of Kansas to receive this honor twice. So they're blazing the trail, and certainly a model not just for our schools here in Kansas, but also a model for schools around the nation. So take it away, Dr. Custer.
First, I'm going to do a mic check. Can everyone hear me? And there's not an echo.
Yes, you're good.
Very good. Well, Noli, thank you for that kind introduction. We have so much enjoyed working with Noli and all of her leadership as she has walked us through the application process, which is very extensive. And she always makes us feel great and encourages us. And we cannot thank you enough for your leadership in character education across the state. And we would like to thank the board so much for inviting us today to celebrate our designation as a National School of Character. As you can see, we have 2 of the Zoom boxes here. Many of our students and staff members are behind me, and we're excited to celebrate together because it truly does, it's just a part of our school, and it truly does take all students and staff to create a school of character. At this time, I would like to introduce senior Shiloh Emery, and Shiloh has been a CHSM student for 2 years.
Good afternoon. Becoming a National School of Character in 2015 thrust CHSM onto a state, national, and even international stage. As a National School of Character, it became one of our school goals to share the character education successes we have had with as many schools as we could, help other students have the opportunity to benefit from what we know works. With support from both our district and state character education champions, CHSM has had many opportunities to share our character education journey. CHSM students and staff members are frequent speakers at state conventions, including being a showcase school at 3 of the past 5 Kansas Department of Education fall conferences. Other conferences that have showcased our character education program include Kansas Impact Studies, Kansas CAN Conference, the Kansas Association of School Boards Annual Convention, and the National School of Character Conference. Now, I would like to introduce Senior Eli Twist.
Thank you, Shiloh. Due to these opportunities for exposure and the Kansas CAN redesign initiative, schools from across the state and region visit CHSM to see how character education is embodied in everything we do. Last semester alone, CHSM students and staff gave 11 tours to schools looking for character education ideas, including a delegation from the Ukraine. These visits always bring the question, where do you get your character education curriculum? Because of this, CHSM staff members compiled 186 of our favorite character education lessons into a standards-based turnkey character education curriculum titled 186 Days of Character. Then they gave it away for free. The curriculum has been sent to schools by the Kansas Department of Education and is included in professional development programs teaching about character education implementation. Our next presenter is Senior Corbin Lloyd.
Thank you, Eli. The demand for high-quality character education curriculum was so high that staff members developed another standards-based turnkey curriculum, this time focused on esports and gaming titled Gaming Concepts. And once again, they gave it away. It was picked up by Microsoft and included in their Microsoft Educator community, where it has been viewed over 200,000 times in over 40 countries and is included on Microsoft's popular, most liked, and featured pages. Focusing on college and career-ready skills, digital citizenship, and character education, schools around the world are using gaming concepts to authentically engage students while improving attendance and reducing chronically truant students. Next is Juan Cabral Jr.
Complete High School May staff members continue to be driving the force behind the success of our character education program, and they are always eager to volunteer their knowledge. Complete High School May staff have been members of the Kansas Social Emotional Character Development Standards Rewrite Committee, District Character Education Committee, and Kansas Educational Leadership Institute Administrative mentorship team, as well as many district leadership teams. At this time, I would like to introduce Jordan Timmons to discuss some of the difficulties Complete High School Maze has faced.
Although it is fun to celebrate success, the application for Schools of Character allows the opportunity to reflect on things we can improve. Last semester in particular really tested students and staff as we were forced into remote learning due to COVID pandemic. The following video shot and produced by Sean Harold and Caitlin Circle showcases some of the difficulties and successes we have experienced during the pandemic and how we have continued to rely on the foundation of our character education program.
I think at this time you all have access to our video.
Yeah, we're gonna.
So I'm thinking maybe they're working on that.
Yeah, he's coming over right now, and we'll set up the video and play the video, and then we'll get back to you guys.
PowerPoint. Is it? Which one? There's two of them. You know which one? Here's the,
Christy, do you remember what you labeled the one that you sent most recently?
Say that one more time.
Yeah, do you remember which one is the most recent submission for your video?
They're the same.
They're the same? Okay.
What's the title?
CHSM,
Okay.
NAT''L, School of Character. And I probably sent it to you 23 times because I was a little nervous about it.
I think we found it.
I'm gonna mute the computer just in case first, just in case we get blasted. Unmute. I think we're ready to go. Let's do it.
I'm Caitlin Circle. I'm a student at Complete High School Maze, and the struggles during the pandemic was probably not being able to see my friends as much anymore because my friends are a really big outlet for mental health, and just like whenever I'm going through a tough time, they're who I can lean on. So not being able to see them was really, really hard, and my mom's a healthcare worker, so knowing that she was going to work every day on the front lines of this was really, really scary and really, really tough for me while going to school.
Hello, my name is Elijah Twist, and some of the difficulties that I've experienced with COVID impacting the school has been motivational issues mostly, because it's hard to come back from a long summer of not seeing your friends and not really doing anything to just go right back to doing schoolwork. It's just been a confusing time for everyone. And
my name is Juan Cabral. I'm 16 years old, and I've been here in Complete for a good half a year. You see, from what I have seen from every single day except Wednesdays and Saturdays and Sundays, due to this pandemic, things have been very different. And you see, I was expecting things when I got here to be a little loose, but it's a little bit tight. You know, this pandemic got us staying 6 feet apart every single moment we're here and wearing our mask. We also gotta be sanitizing our desk, and you see, I really like it, but at the same time I don't. I just hope this virus gets over quick.
Hi, my name is Gage Pruitt, and some of the difficulties I faced with the pandemic was not being able to see my friends as much because of quarantining and just not being able to work as many hours. And some difficulties that I had with the school was just how long it felt that I was away and how unfocused I felt when I got back. And that's pretty much all I can say.
I'm Shiloh Emery. I've been at the school for almost 2 years now. During the beginning of the pandemic, I thought it was rough because everyone was at home and no one could really work, but the school, they still did everything they could, like bringing us little goodie bags and stuff like that, and like always checking up on us. And now that we're back in school, like it's still definitely rough, but like wearing the masks, but they still do what they can, like letting us go outside for mask breaks and stuff like that. And yeah.
Complete has helped me a lot with, when I came from Mace High, I really was behind on a bunch of my credits, and having to get the opportunity to come here and be able to work at my own pace really helped, because little did I know when I started Complete I was pregnant, and now there's a lot more lenient schedule and I can get things done when I need to get them done and how fast I need to get them done. I like to physically be able to go up to the teacher and ask her, what is this? How do I do this? But mainly, Complete has helped me a lot with everything I've gone through, and I'm very happy to be here.
My name's Slade Keller, and I'm here to talk to you guys about the positives that Complete High School did during the pandemic. The first one was that we did town hall every day of the week, starting at, when was it, 8 in the morning? And then it lasted, we did the town hall. They came and checked up on us and gave us goodie bags. They stayed very positive throughout the whole thing. They were not pessimistic at all. They were very optimistic. They knew that whenever school actually started, they would be the only school that would stay up.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Tillery, and I am the business teacher at Complete High School Mace. When the pandemic started, Complete High School took a stance to make sure that our students were being taken care of, that they were provided for, and we were doing checks just to check on their mental well-being, see if they needed food, clothes, how their parents were doing, just anything that we could do to reach out to our students. We had monthly where we went out and we gave them treat bags. We were texting with them. We each had a group of students, and we texted and checked in with them. And as long as we were getting feedback, we knew that everything was okay, and they knew that they could text us one-on-one as well. So I feel like we did everything that we could possibly do to make sure that our kids were being taken care of, and to let them know that they were loved and that we missed them. Awesome. Is that good?
This time, I would like to introduce Caitlin Gregory.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Gregory. This is my first year as the science teacher at CHSM. I am also a 2011 Complete High School Maze graduate. When I first came to Complete, I was 17, pregnant, had just lost my mom to cancer, and I didn't have a relationship with my father. Coming to CHSM was like landing on a soft pillow. I felt like I was at home. When everything else in my life seemed to be falling apart, CHSM students and staff were the glue that kept me together. They pushed me to be a better person and aim higher than I ever thought I could. From the first time I met CHSM staff, I knew this school was different. Before attending CHSM, students and guardians come to an interview at the school. Interviewees are told that one of 3 goals at CHSM is to provide students with personal, social living skills that will help them be successful for life. Reading, writing, and arithmetic are important, but CHSM staff also value traits like having self-discipline to show up on time and show up every day. From the first meeting, the expectation is set that teaching core values goes hand in hand with teaching core academics. Now, as a CHSM staff member, I'm proud to continue the tradition of character education being the plate that everything else is added onto. I do not take for granted the 45 minutes to 1 hour per day of character development that every student and staff member is a part of. Now, more than ever, teaching kindness through writing fellow students' birthday cards, teaching healthy relationships by having Jana's campaign present on teen dating and violence, teaching empathy through a lesson titled Always Go to the Funeral about correct funeral etiquette, teaching digital citizenship through studying the social dilemma are all things that are essential to the healthy and complete development of students, not fillers or extras or boxes to be checked to fulfill state requirements. The things I learned as a 17-year-old, soon-to-be parent, are the things that I have passed on to my own children and are the driving force behind my teaching pedagogy. Being a CHSM graduate prepared me for life outside of school more than I could have ever anticipated. At this time, students and staff are open to any questions you might have.
Well, first of all, before we get to questions, a big congratulations to Complete High School and Mays. Just what an outstanding job you've done and continue to do to support your students and your staff. It's really a whole community effort. So congratulations to your award. Okay, board members, Michelle, I think your question was a different one, so I'll go back. Okay, Ben Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Custer, it's good to see you virtually again, and see some familiar faces in the back over there from a couple of visits there. So I want to extend my congratulations to you. I'm glad to represent about half of the Mays district. Mr. McNeese has the other half. He has the south half. I got the north. It's a great privilege to represent something unique. And Complete High School Mays is definitely unique in the state in terms of their student population, but also their outcomes. And I wish we had a lot of K-12 schools that had that outcome. And to see the new science teacher, I know Heidi's probably enjoying Colorado, but I'm excited to see her replacement. I'm glad she spoke today, and she's got big shoes to fill, but she knows what those shoes are. And coming from there, I was just blown away that we get to see that full circle coming back to support that community. And to all the kiddos that are sitting behind you, they're so enthralled to be sitting here, I'm sure. Classroom looks a lot different than when I was there. Thanks to COVID, I know it's been different, but again, congratulations. There's nothing more deserving than 2 honors to that school. You guys do amazing work with such a large staff, right? As the bus driver, I'm staring at. So congratulations again.
Other questions, board members?
Madam Chair, may I
Yes.
say something?
Yeah, please.
Christy, please give a shout out to Dr. Higgins, Chad, and the board there at Mays, and all of the staff that you have. What a tremendous job you guys have done, and you've proved it again. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Watson would like to share a few comments.
Well, this is to the entire class. So I don't know if you know this, Mays Complete, but Dr. Custer and I have a ongoing little back and forth, and it's certainly appropriate today with all these accolades. So all of you, Mr. and Ms. and Doctor, fancy pants, because to get these accolades, you're fancy pants. And she can explain that to you later, but congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
Christy, if you would just share with us, after your kids leave Complete High School, I know you've got good success. What do you see the kids typically doing? What are some kinds of things that the kids, obviously you've had one come back and teach. So that's
We're going to
great.
grow our own.
Yeah,
We're just going to grow our own, we decided.
That's great, that's great. But give us some examples of what some of your students do.
So right now, we set goals every year, and one of our major goals is we have a fantastic partnership with Wichita WSU Tech, and we, before the pandemic, we were sending about a third to a half of our students to vocational classes every day, and they would do automotive, welding, CNA. We have a student that will graduate about the same time that she graduates with her high school diploma. She will have her LPN. And so we send probably 70% of our students to WSU Tech. And then we send about 10% of our students to the military. And we're very proud of our military contingency. And then we work really hard. There's some students that they just want to go straight to work. And we are all for going straight to work. And so we try to send them into jobs that we have a partnership with Worthington, which you'll know them as Coleman. They make Coleman lanterns, and they do an internship with us and an apprenticeship actually with us, and then they hire our students. So we're trying to send them into jobs that are career jobs.
So I'm kind of guessing from what you're saying, you kind of started the individual plans of study at your place a long time ago.
We have been doing, we call them PEPs, they're personal education plans, and Complete's been around for 22 years, if you can believe that. And I've been here 20 of the 22 years, and they were here before I got here. So we have, with guidance from the state, we've grown those, and we meet with students 3 to 4 times a year individually, and then we meet with parents twice a year to talk about those individual plans of study. And really, that's what drives our curriculum and drives what the students do at our school. We say in an English class, because I'm an English teacher, we may have a student that's like, I really don't want, this is the 5th essay that we have to write. Can I do something different? And so our English teacher, Michelle, she will look at their personal education plan or their IPS, and she might say, you want to be a welder? How about writing a work order? And so they're constantly tweaking those contracts that we do, those individualized contracts to meet the student needs.
Well, that's certainly what individual plans of study are supposed to do. So you guys are driving that and driving your students' education. So any further questions, board members? Well, our hats off to you. You guys have done a great job. I know you'll continue to do so. Who knows, you may go for a three-peat here before long, huh?
Oh, they'll try.
I'm sure they will. So congratulations to you, your staff, your students that are in the background there also. Congratulations to them. So great accolades, and thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay, we'll let those close down, and then we'll get back. You may, is anybody you want? Okay, we're going to move to our next agenda item. You guys can close down. We're good. Thank you. Okay, do we need to go back to the PowerPoint? Anybody need any of the data from the previous PowerPoint?
For what?
Thank you,
Kiosks or
Manager.
for the CTC?
For the rates of like you correlated bullying with suicides and that.
Oh,
Was so what was that date through again on that? I'm sorry.
The administration window is November 1st to January 23rd.
Okay. And so this last portion, when the kids are home or away, from March on, obviously in Johnson County, we saw an uptick. Even within the last 2 weeks, we saw Mirror Locks full, Children's Mercy ER beds full. We're looking at opening back up St. Luke's, just recently closed, with the senators trying to get that opened up just for beds, because that's how serious it's become. Are they going to be able to, I mean, that, obviously a lot of that isn't bullying, a lot of that's social isolation and social emotional, but and maybe we're going to talk about that tomorrow, Dr. Watson. Are we going to talk about that tomorrow in those remarks on supporting families and students? So I just wondered how they're going to pull that.
All of that will be reflected in next year's data on the CTC.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm sorry?
What was that? I hit my phone, sorry about
All of that will be reflected in next year's report from the
Okay.
CTC.
that. Okay.
Kent, you might talk briefly about the work that you're doing on the subcommittee, about the data piece
Yes.
and the CTC, because they have worked extensively with the communities that care and looking at the survey, because there was concern as far as some of the survey was concerned, so they've worked extensively with CTC, and KDADS is the organization, the state organization that supports that. So
Yeah.
talk a little bit about that if you would, Kent.
Yeah, it's KDADS is a funder for CTC, and that goes way, way, way back into the 80s. Because of the conversation that we had last year when I reported, I took some concerns to the School Mental Health Advisory, and they in turn, through our subcommittee work, questioned not only KDADS, but also Greenbush, who is responsible for putting the CTC together. And some changes that we can tell you now, and this will go into greater detail in December, okay? But currently I can tell you that they've changed the language to make it more readable for kids. They have added what is called a skip logic, so that if a student says no, they don't have to go through a bunch of other questions. They can just go to the next item, and that is supposed to speed it up. The biggest concern we had was the length, 142 questions. And the Blue Ribbon panel just really was adamant about the need to address that. We think the skip logic will help with that, okay? Let me see, what else did I ask her?
What about the dyslexic kids that aren't able to read that and skip it at the bottom? Are they able to not skip that? Did they change that so they can't go down to the bottom and just skip the whole page?
That is something that we'll have to take up with them specifically. Michelle, if I were to tell you one way or the other, I don't know if I would be correct. So we'll follow up on that.
That I think is important. Greenbush and KDADS were very receptive to conversation with the subcommittee as far as looking at. Now, they don't want to extensively change the survey because then
It impacts their funding.
Yeah, impacts the funding, but also impacts the validity and the reliability. So but they are definitely making some changes. So I think it'll be good. I think it'll be positive, the changes that they're making.
But that's a wonderful question, because we have not specifically asked them, what about kids with dyslexia? And we need to do that.
That's 15,
Yeah,
20% of the kids that may not be able to read it or understand
Right.
it, and then they're just doing, I mean, I've gotten many parents that have just said they're just doing A, B, C, I mean, they're just doing like a algorithm just to make it fun and just get through it, or just hit and skip at the bottom, and I think that those might be the kids we need to be reaching the most.
Right. And we'll certainly take that back, to the School Mental Health Advisory, where KDADS is represented, and visit with them. The other thing is, we have never had KCTC come in and visit with you folks, make a presentation. And I might be out of line here, but my feeling is that it's way overdue. And you guys will be able then to ask them questions specifically that they can answer. The other issue with the Blue Ribbon panel was they were using reliability and validity checks that were outdated. And that was a concern. Now, that was caught by some very expert psychometric folks, like Dr. Ginsburg, et cetera. They came to the table, they understood what we were saying, and they have corrected that. So they have updated the reliability and validity of the survey. But that's a great question, and we'll be sure to mention there's some issues with kids with dyslexia.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know that's on your front burner, so.
One more question, Ann Ma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Besides, and this isn't really related to bullying, but besides the length of the thing, which just, kids have to go through survey fatigue. I couldn't even get through the whole thing. I was just speed reading, skipping through it. But have they given any consideration to a different survey, questions written differently for 6th graders than 12th graders? Because when you have questions on there like, when was the first time you thought about having sex? You got a 12-year-old going, am I supposed to be thinking about having sex? You know, it's like, what? So are they thinking at all about doing that?
Yeah, well, when I asked them, and that would be Lisa Cheney and Kelly Peak at CTC, they told me that some questions have been eliminated completely.
Okay.
And that goes back into, when we talk about reliability and validity, we're talking about, is it appropriate for age level reading, okay? That's part of the reliability and validity. So they removed some questions, they changed others, and in some places, scales were removed. In other words, an entire scale was removed that was outdated. And I'll have to get the specifics on that, but we were happy to see that they were addressing some of the concerns that we had raised with them.
Okay, and I'm sorry, but when did you say that would be ready? Or is it done now?
Well, the administration is coming up very quickly, so I
Okay.
think that they're in the last stages of tweaking it.
Okay.
But they did want to visit with the School Mental Health Advisory Council before they went live. So our next meeting for that, Chair,
Been a little while yet. We may be. we'll have to
sometime in
be-
November, or is it in December?
I thought it was December.
Okay,
We may need to,
I'll reach out. Okay, and what we might do is we might schedule a subcommittee meeting and have them report to the subcommittee.
Yeah.
If that's appropriate.
Yep.
Okay. All right, but I think we were very happy that they attend as.
they were receptive to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as Madam Chair said, they were very receptive, and in fact, took some acts to correct some issues. Okay. Anything else?
Thank you, Kent.
Thank you, Board.
Appreciate it.
Have a great rest of the day.
We will. Okay, we're going to go to item 14, and this is a report on the requirements and expectations for the systems opting to postpone KESA activity, and this is Jeanette and Michelle, and I believe this is also going to be a little bit tied to our next agenda item also. So,
All right, which one? Report right here?
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to give you some information on the requirements and expectations for those systems who opt to postpone their KESA activity this year. If I may just take a tiny liberty to congratulate Complete High School. I've been on that campus. It's a phenomenal space, so quite an honor for them. And it gave me a moment to fill some time while we got finished up here too. So I'm pleased to be in front of you again. What we want to do is just provide you with a little information, first of all, about what it means if you are postponing your activities. And then in the second half of the presentation, let us give you some more nitty-gritty details of the survey that we did with systems. So the action that you have passed so far gives the people in their first cycle of accreditation an opportunity to postpone, meaning they would not be coming to you to the ARC for their accreditation recommendation until the 22-23 school year, which had we not had this postponement, it would have been the 21-22 school year. So in essence, it allows a system to have an extra year. But these are our best recommendations today that we wanted to visit with you about the pause. So postponing KESA activities, what does that mean? It's two pieces. For anyone who didn't finish up last year, we extended the opportunity for systems last year until October 31st of this year. Your current pause means that they can finish now. They don't have to have their visit. They don't have to have the team come, et cetera. They don't need to host or conduct anything like that. What we ask systems to do is to be sure that they complete their system yearly update for 2021. They should have actually done that last March. It should have been finished in March. So those systems that did not get that finished, we're asking that they go ahead and complete their system yearly report. So this means that systems are to continue to meet all of their compliance issues, maintain a continuous improvement process. I had a phone call with the superintendent this morning and he said, this means we don't have to do any continuous improvement. I said, no. This means that we're just releasing you from a little bit of the pressure. Go ahead and complete your 1920 system yearly report and tell your story. You all requested in September that we make sure we help systems understand You want to hear from them on their efforts regarding social and emotional supports and also their academic progress. So we will do our best to gather that for you and bring that back to you. In the area of social emotional supports, we're going to ask them a couple of things. How have you addressed that for teachers and your staff? What data are you collecting to verify that your interventions are effective? And what does it indicate about your progress? And that's in the area of social and emotional needs. On the academic area, interestingly enough, many of our superintendents, curriculum leaders, et cetera, have said, well, without state assessments, what do we do? This was an awesome opportunity to look at their local data. They have a ton of local data, and to really refine that and use that data to help them gauge student growth and progress. And to be able to look at their own local data measures and see evidence from those assessments that tell you more and more about your student progress and achievement. Trying to find the silver lining right there. So what we did and what we have gathered for you, we put a survey out to the field. It was a quick survey, quick response time, immediate. It doesn't 100% bind them. If they go through the year and decide they would like to change what they've said to us now, we're more than happy to accommodate that. We sent this to both the public and the private systems, and we very briefly asked them, if you want to pause, would you do so? So keep in mind, those are systems that are in not ready to come to the ARC now, right? So we ask those systems what they would do. We more specifically ask systems that were ready this year to come to the ARC for their accreditation recommendation. What do you want to do? Do you want to go ahead and come, or do you want to wait? And the results I'll share with you. Those were handed out to you, but you'll see those. We'll talk more specifically about those in just a second. How am I doing, Jeanette? Anything you want to add?
The only thing I would end up adding is a reminder that last month your action was really until fall of 2020. So everything that Michelle has presented at this point in time is with the idea that if in our next item, should you choose to extend that action through a vote, these would be the things that we would put into place and the clarifications that we would have to the field. Because once that action was done, there was a lot of questions about what would happen, what takes place. And so the action only took us through fall of 2020. And so the thought was that based on the conversation that pursued after the vote and questions that you had asked Dr. Watson, will this postpone? Will they not have to do their visits and stuff like that? Well, considering that all visits happen really the second semester, it really didn't do that. And so we're coming back saying if that was really the intent and what you wanted, then we need to kind of extend that through the rest of the year. So these are the expectations that we've listed that we would tell the systems that they have should you pursue that vote. And then in the next section, we'll tell you what the survey response.
Thank you. Thanks for taking me there. So you did this till December, which took care of last year's activities that we extended. But if you go and extend that opportunity through the end of June, that really will provide relief, because then they're not worried about most of the activities for this particular year, 2021, would take place in the spring. So if you release them of that right now, that will be, they'll be very thankful for that if that's the avenue you choose to pursue. So thank you for allowing us to come back and ask you to extend that into to the end of June. Thank you. So we're happy to answer any questions before we go on to this second set of information for you.
So the second set of information is this data?
Correct.
Jim Porter?
The Dyslexia Task Force meets the day before our next board meeting. And I will surely be asked, how does this impact moving forward on the dyslexia requirements? Does it have any impact?
I would say no. We'll go ahead and implement the things that the Dyslexia Task Force asked us to do in KISA, and we'll go ahead and keep those as a part of the reporting system, the questioning part of what we do to ascertain compliance in all areas, and that's an area we'll go ahead and move forward with.
Thank you very much.
Should we go ahead and look at the data? I guess I'd kind of like to look at the data.
Sure.
I think maybe we'll have more questions.
Sure. So it was important, there's a lot on this slide, but I wanted to make sure you had a copy of it. So I told you we surveyed our public systems and our private systems. 326 responses out of the 357 we would expect. The total combined public and private systems who agreed to or wanted to pause was around 68%, a little more than 68%. So they've taken an opportunity to tell you, yes, almost 70% of us would like very much to pause.
Okay, so that's in the yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's broken down into 4 areas. You're right. The number of overall, the respondents planning to pause total, and then I told you in the previous few slides, we asked some really specific questions for year 5 systems. These last 2 are relevant to them, right? So there were 69 total that should have responded. 53 did respond. And of them, 27 total systems said, we will, remember all along we've told you all we were going to have 69 systems right now, right? So this pause means that we'll have 27. We'll have 27 who have said, we're ready, we're good. We know how to continue to monitor our data. We feel comfortable in our process, and we're ready to go ahead and present our information to the ARC.
And I'd like to probably say that that number might be a little bit higher because of those, it says non-public year 5, pausing 3, and as you notice, it says 4. We actually have about 12 or 14 systems that are coming through that are Cognia systems because they're Kansas City Diocese schools that are coming through. And for them to pause, they need to actually also request from Cognia the ability to pause because they're also a 5-year process. And right now it's aligned. So if they want to pause for us, they also need to contact Cognia and see if Cognia allows for that pause as well. And right now, my understanding is that everyone is going to come through next year.
So of the 69 that are in year 5, 53 responded.
Mm-hmm.
And of the 53 responded, 27 of them said they would go ahead this year. And then the other, which is probably pretty close to 27, said they would pause.
Right. So the total was 27. Of the public system specifically, it's 24.
Mhm.
The total is the 27 between the public and the private, correct?
That are pausing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you subtract 53 from 27, that would be the numbers that would be
Yeah.
moving on.
So it kind of splits it, really.
Mm-hmm. It's been interesting, if I may just share with you some of the questions we've gotten. The concerns from the school systems are things like, will the ARC be aware of what we're going through? 100% they will be aware. If we push on through, will they take that into consideration? I can't say yes, they 100% will, but they are very much aware. We're all aware of the current situation. So I think that's just been a bit of reassurance for them. The other piece is, I mentioned one superintendent. I've probably had 3 or 4 others that have called and said, oops, I forgot to get that survey, but here's what I'd like for you to mark down for me. So anecdotally, there are others who have said, we also would like to pause.
So board members, are there further questions on this data that's been presented? Michelle Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Michelle, is it through June then? Or they're just pausing through June?
I think we said till June 30 in your possible motion.
Right. Yeah,
Yes.
my thing froze here, so.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, June 30.
Okay, June 30th.
Mhm.
And were they bigger, is it a mix of big schools, little schools, all over the map type thing, or
It's
is it?
all over the map. It
Okay,
really is.
so
And
does it-
and some were surprising. Some we said, wow, I'm so glad they're coming forward. I'm glad they didn't all say no. I'm very happy that some said, we are good. We've had a good 5-year process. We're ready to present our data. And again, at first blush, there's really no good trend that I could feel comfortable standing here and reporting to you.
Okay.
Other questions, board members? Ann Mall?
Thank you. I thought it was an interesting question about would the ARC understand? Because they don't seem to realize, by looking at the list, aren't most of the ARC members, like well over 90% people are actually in the field? Maybe they should know who the ARC members are.
We have them listed on the website, so.
Yeah,
And they are practitioners, to your point, correct?
yeah, okay, thank you.
Other questions regarding this information and the data that's presented? Because the next item is an agenda item.
We do intend to survey the field one more time. Give the opportunity for those that did not respond to respond. And for now that they know what the impact would be and what the expectations are, so that they can make a more conscious decision. Right now, they were just thinking, oh, I can pause, you know. So having provided, Michelle has done a number of presentations, I have as well to the field. I think we have been providing some clarity around what pause really means. And so I think that now that we do that, it'll be interesting what we end up getting back. The numbers might stay fairly similar, but I think we'll see some shift in some of them.
So would you go back to that slide that talked about what they are going to have to do regardless?
Oh, so the thing that was in my earlier one, the thing that's fine. What we're telling them is to be sure that you're addressing these things.
Okay.
Every system every year fills out a yearly summary report. We ask that those be completed sometime in March or April. And so many systems, March and April was what it was, did not complete that. We're still asking them to go in and make sure that's complete. For this year, your pause does not let them off the hook of going ahead, telling their story, monitoring the data specifically in these two areas that you all spoke about in September, the social emotional supports and their students' academic progress.
And I think that's really good, and I really like the idea that you force them to have the conversation about the other academic measures that they have, because they all have them.
They do.
So I think that's probably a very helpful thing. Other questions, board members? Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask my colleague Jim McNeese to address this because he knows his perspective and his experience is much greater than mine. I've never been a fan of accreditation at any level. I think it's the fox guarding the hen house. So if Jim would take the opportunity to discuss the pros and cons, because he's good at that, the pros and cons of what the pause would do for the system where we really need, I think, to hold people's feet to the fire. If Jim would help me with this, I'd be very grateful. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Steve.
Well, you are good at this.
Appreciate the compliment. I don't want to put words in their mouths or whatever, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the two things jump right out. One, we still need to hold people's feet to the fire, so to speak. This is an accreditation system that requires the school districts to examine themselves and then report to others what they found and why they are where they are and what they're doing and why they're doing it. The second piece acknowledges that we are under a strain that is unusual and certainly not foreseeable. And we need to show that we understand their situation in terms of the priorities that they have, in terms of the safety of their schools, their staff, their students, and their community, but also that what they're doing right now also requires them to be accountable, regardless of the pandemic. We still have high expectations of accountability for school systems and the people who are working in them for the results that students will get. So continuing, and Steve, if I understand and I appreciate even your lack of enthusiasm for accreditation, but this is a way for school districts to tell people who they are, what they're doing, and how well they're doing, and what they need to do better in the future. And if we were to just say you're off and free and don't have to do anything during the pandemic, would be a huge mistake. But it will also be a huge mistake to say that we're going to hold you to this level when, that's just not attainable and there are other priorities. But this is still a priority, especially in social emotional and, things we've talked about. So I hope that answers your question and gives you some insight into why we're doing this And I'm sure some superintendents and teams are saying, what the heck? But we still have to do it. It's still a requirement.
Thank you. Yep. There's no need to correct you. You did well.
Yeah, I think that when this first came out, systems thought, oh, we don't have to do continuous improvement. And I think that's why we've been trying to clarify, you're still doing continuous improvement. You might be more in a maintenance phase of continuous improvement, which means maybe you don't have to go as in-depth. But you still need to be looking at your data and seeing what's going to happen, because you don't want to be caught a year from now with having to become accredited and then find out that you're that much more behind because you didn't do anything. And so that's what we're trying to indicate to them.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr.
ready for a
Cornell.
motion?
Yeah, it's agenda item 15. It's on page 77, so.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education allow public and private systems as a voluntary option to suspend Kansas education systems accreditation activities through June 30th, 2021, or to continue in the KESA process as normal. The board directs KSDE to have systems report social, emotional, and academic data in their narrative reports, and further directs KSDE staff to report to the state board in July 2021.
So we have a motion on the table and a second by Dina Horst. Further discussion? Okay, if not, we'll ask for a vote. So all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Okay, be 9-1. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now you can get that information out to the districts, which I know you will. So,
Yes, thank you. I'll leave you with the Michelle Miller show now.
Yeah, still here.
Okay, so agenda item 16 is another kind of related, but kind of a little different, but it has to do with potential action on declaration of an extension for substitute teacher eligibility. So Michelle, you're up on this one also.
Yes, ma'am. No slide. This is just to provide you again with conversations that we're having with school systems on their need to be able to use a sub in a little bit of a different manner. So there are restrictions on the numbers of days on each of the sub licenses that we provide to the field, and this motion would allow you to alleviate that and to use a candidate with a sub license for any length of time that the system would see fit at all levels of our sub licenses.
Brandy's going to provide us a little more information.
So that you know, right now, they can request of me to waive that. So this basically stops that process. You would be granting it from a board level, so they don't have to individually do it. It doesn't change the qualifications for a sub license. What it changes is allowing more days to be used in various different ways because of the shortage of subs, and then subs could be used longer and in different ways.
And to not have to worry about making that application to you all, to have the sub and use them in the fashion and manner they see fit.
So do we
Just
have,
for this year.
Right.
Yeah, for this year. So do we have questions on that? Further questions? Okay, if Ben Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a substitute, this is, to be sure I'm clear, because kind of the motion's crazy. Or I'm not reading it right, one of the three. But it didn't change the qualifications, as the commissioner just said. Is it, you still have to, do are we just suspending the 14-day requirement for
Correct.
E-subs? That's essentially, is that all we're doing?
So there are, each one of those licenses, Susan, do you want to speak specifically to each one of them? Each one of them has a number of days.
Yeah.
And if a superintendent, principal needs to use you for longer than those days are labeled on your license, they have to request a waiver from us to do that. We're taking that away from them, and that they can use you for longer than 14, or they can use you for 22, and in the same space.
Assignment. I mean,
Correct.
They can use me 3 weeks in a row, just not in the same assignment.
And now
Right.
they can use you in the same assignment if
Okay.
they need to.
So it's the length of time serving an assignment that we're changing.
Correct. And to not have to request the waiver.
Okay, and
Yeah.
not to request a waiver. But those people still have to go through the licensure process, get their
Correct.
license, and this isn't a
Yes.
automatic extension of like, if your license expired June 30th of this year, you didn't renew it, this is not an automatic extension like the driver's licenses and that
Correct,
sort of stuff.
correct. This is an extension for the numbers of days you can serve as you do in any one position,
Okay.
space, et cetera.
Okay, so this is not an extra year
No.
on a licensure thing. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely.
And Ma?
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, motion would be great.
The one starts, whereas on September 11th? Okay. Whereas on September 11th, 2020, Governor Laura Kelly extended the current state of disaster emergency, whereas a significant number of school districts throughout the state of Kansas need additional staff to keep students socially distanced while providing instruction, whereas the already difficult task of hiring qualified teaching staff has been exacerbated by the current state of affairs, it is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education pursuant to KAR 913134B5B declares a time of emergency whereby any person holding a 5-year substitute teaching license or an emergency substitute teaching license or certificate with a baccalaureate degree may teach through June 30th, 2021.
So we have a motion, do we have a second? Jim McNeese, further questions? Okay, if not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That looks like a 10-0. Michelle, thank you very much. You've been up here for a while.
I'm still here.
Yeah, but I think,
Nope, there's more.
yeah, I know, but I think we're taking a break.
Lovely,
before we
that
do
gives Nathan time, yep.
Okay, so we'll take a, 10 or so minute break. Let's be back a little after, 3:10. That sounds like a great time. Okay, thank you. We're ready for agenda item 17, which is the update on teacher vacancy and supply committee and the highlights of the annual licensed personnel report. So, Michelle, you're back. We're glad to have you.
I'm back,
Yeah.
thank you. And I think Nathan may need to come make sure that Ms. Clifford is where she needs to be as well.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Start.
So you won't hear only from me. Today I have Susan as Assistant Director and Shane as Coordinator with me as well, so we can tag team some of the information for you. The title is a little deceiving. It isn't only teacher vacancy and supply. This is also our fall collection on vacancy and the licensed personnel report. And now my PowerPoint. There we go. So based on your September action and as a recommendation from the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee, we have the permanent pathway for special education, and Dr. Catherine Schmidling has been working diligently to bring those folks together to create this licensure pathway for the para to teacher in the special ed world to fruition. And we continue to explore, and I actually will come back to you December or January with another opportunity to think about some elementary options for licensure, some things that have come to Susan and I's attention recently that are really exciting and successful. So when we start talking about the vacancies, I'll have Susan do this, but just a quick reminder, this is our fall collection, and then we take another collection in the spring, inviting systems to say, we filled every single one of those, or we filled none of those. So just remember, this is our fall collection that reports from last year, okay? Susan, I'll let you take it from there.
So you need to consider some things on this fall vacancy collection before I introduce Shane and let him go with the data. So we all know this is a unique year. Essentially, districts during this reporting time period, it was a moving target. There were daily changes on teachers leaving, the need to put a sub in, then you're putting subs in, and you don't have enough, you can't find enough substitutes. So the vacancy data should be viewed with this in mind, and frankly, I think you'll see that we were fairly surprised that the vacancies reported were not much higher than were reported. But remember, this is a collection whenever that day and time when they reported their vacancies. So we just wanted to give you that, to take this with a little bit different view this year before we show you the data. So with that, Shane's going to walk you through all of the vacancy information.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shane Carter. I'm the TLA Data Systems Coordinator, and I'm responsible for collecting the vacancy data and also the licensed personnel report data. So as Michelle and Susan kind of touched on, and I think kind of your common theme throughout the day, you've heard that the districts may have had some difficulties based on our current climate, but for this collection window, it's not any different. Our collection window was from August 17th of 2020 through September 28th, 2020. So it's very likely during this time, school districts were opening, closing, moving personnel. So it's possible some of this data could have been affected.
Could I ask you to repeat those dates again?
Sure, yes ma'am. August 17th of 2020 and September 28th, 2020.
Okay, thank you.
But nevertheless, as far as the data, what we will review are, number one, we'll review the vacancy data that we shared last year, fall 2019. We'll go over the data that we collected in spring of 2020. That'll also include an update of positions filled during spring 2020. And then we'll also do a review of the data that we collected during fall 2020. Oh, I should have changed my slide.
Could we pull the mic just a little closer?
So I should speak a little louder.
Well, the folks online probably.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will pick it up. I just didn't want to be yelling into the microphone.
No, that's
I do
okay.
apologize.
Sometimes I may lean too close, but I
See,
wanted to be able, maybe they'll back away from the computer if it gets too loud.
Well, I thought I learned something last year. Apparently, I did not. All right. So, as I just covered, this is basically the information that we're going to review. The fall 2019 collection, the spring 20 collection, and then the fall 2020 collection. Now, before I move into the actual data, I thought I would go ahead and define a vacancy for you. So it's been a year since you last seen this information, so just to clarify, for a vacancy to be reported, one of the following should have been met. Number one, if a position was not filled, that should have been a vacancy. Number two, if you had a position that was filled by a substitute or an emergency substitute licensed educator, that should have also been listed as a vacancy. And then if an individual was not appropriately licensed for their position, so if you had an English language arts teacher teaching math, for instance, that should have been reported as a vacancy. Now, for individuals that are holding waivers or hold a non-standard teaching license, such as a provisional, a restricted, a TAP license, limited apprentice license, these are not considered vacancies. And pending your questions, I'll go ahead and move to the next slide. All right, so I'm going to take you a moment, very busy slide, so I'm going to take a moment to orient you to the slide. So the left-hand side, you have a listing of the top 5 vacancies as reported in fall of 2019. In the middle of the slide, you have the list of the top 5 vacancy positions filled during spring 2020. And also in that subcategory, there's a list of not filled vacancies during spring 2020. So please note that the not filled section, that's a list of the new vacancies reported during the spring 2020 report. Now, the right-hand section of the slide is a list of vacancies collected during the fall 2020 semester. And I've highlighted English language arts, science, and mathematics during both the fall 2019 and fall 2020 semester to show the shuffle of the 3 areas during the fall 2020 semester. So moving into the data, since last year, our top 5 vacancies haven't changed. Special education, elementary, English language arts, science, and mathematics, they've consistently remained in the top 5 since we began collecting this data. But the order of the top 5 has changed somewhat. Since last year, science and mathematics moved ahead of English language arts and during the fall 2020 semester. And in the fall 2020 semester, we also had a reduced number of special education vacancies reported, but our elementary vacancies increased. So that's the majority of the data that's covered there, so pending your questions. Yes? Yes, ma'am.
Any questions on that data, Ann Ma?
Yeah, it's not, well, sort of with the data. The special ed, a couple years ago, we approved a shorter path to teaching special ed. That what'd you call it? Not the combined,
The
but
limited apprentice license.
So when will students start coming out of college with that?
So you have a number already of, what is that number? Do you remember? It's over almost 300, isn't it? It's in a later slide that indicates how many have already been. And our intention now is that by August of 2021, those candidates are able to be back in the classroom with that program fully up and running. So they could start coursework this coming summer.
Okay, because the idea was to come out with a bachelor's degree and be able to do special ed.
So the special ed program, remember, they already have a bachelor's degree. They are bachelor degreed paras. The limited apprentice license took bachelor degreed paras, gave them, they were not already licensed teachers, so they're not like you and I. They're human resources degreed candidates. They take 6 to 9 hours of intensive coursework, and then they start as teacher of record the following semester.
See, I was thinking of something else. So we had the complaint that they had to get a master's degree, but it was called a combined degree. You know what I'm talking about?
Unified.
Okay.
Birth to
Which
grade
is different.
degree.
That's not the para thing.
Correct,
That's a unified.
Unified is for already licensed educators.
I thought it was for students
Well, they're
going
getting-
through college and they could come out with a bachelor's and be ready to go.
Correct.
So when will they start graduating? Because
They
I know it
already
takes a
are.
year.
That's
They're already out
Yeah,
too?
that's a continually running program at
Okay.
most of our universities that provide special ed
Because I know
programming.
it takes them a year or two to get the thing put together, but, so they're already graduating with that combined, or
Correct.
unified
And we're already
degree?
issuing that license, yes, ma'am.
Has that been successful? I mean,
I think so. Maybe, do we have those numbers in the, I don't think we do. Do we specific to that license? I didn't look those up. But we
okay.
can. We
All
can
right,
get
well,
that for you.
I'm glad to hear they're coming out. I thought it would
Yes.
even take longer. Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Pending any other questions on this slide? No?
Yeah, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
It's interesting to me when you look at English language arts in fall of 19 and then in fall of 20, there's not that many, there's a few less, but it's that the science is significantly more. So that's, and it seems like maybe, because science has always been our larger secondary vacancy, it seems like it's back again.
Yeah, and unfortunately with how the data is collected, it lumps all the sciences together, so you could have a biology teacher that's
Right.
lumped in there with
And
chemistry, et
for
cetera.
this report, I think that's very appropriate.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
just an interesting observation.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Right, and so this slide, it depicts the vacancy reasons districts select when entering vacancies. As you can see, most of the vacancies are due to one of the following. Number one, no applicants, or number two, no fully qualified based on endorsement area. So in regards to that no fully qualified based on endorsement area, so they may have an educator, once again, explain probably a bad scenario, but an individual that's licensed for English language arts teaching mathematics, that would be listed as a vacancy. Now there are avenues that the districts can use to rectify this situation. Number one, many of our content areas can be added by testing. So for your math, English language arts, science areas, they can pass a content test and add that to their endorsement. So that would take care of a vacancy. For some of our other programs, such as special education, if an individual was to enroll in a program, a district could apply for a waiver, and then they would be appropriately licensed for that position. And then once that program's completed, they would apply to add that endorsement to their license. And pending your questions on this slide.
Jim Porter?
What does personnel mean?
So personnel could be, you have to make a decision, perhaps you have a special education teacher that had moved into an elementary classroom position, but due to a shortage or whatever, you decided you were going to make a move that person out of the elementary classroom, put them in the special education, so now you have a vacancy in elementary. So it's basically how you move your staff members within the district. Essentially, or you would also cover if perhaps somebody, or perhaps if someone was promoted, moved into a leadership position, they have that license, they filled that position in the past, but they moved into an assistant principal position, that could also be covered under personnel. Go ahead. Okay. All right, and this slide, it just depicts a breakdown of those same top 5 vacancies that we discussed earlier. It just breaks them down by board district, so you can take a moment and review and see kind of where your board district, how it sits as far as those vacancy areas are concerned.
Commissioner Watson
we
has a
always
comment.
look at this and Gene's going to go, wow, look. But you have to remember this. It's not because it's obviously by population, but Gene also has a great number of school districts.
Yes.
Versus say Michelle or Steve. So this is, in schools too. I mean, so I'm not saying that District 5 doesn't have a lot, because it does have a lot, but they also have a lot more schools and school districts, where population-wise it would be all the same, so that would be equatable.
I don't think she heard you, Mr. Porter. Maybe that's good.
I would also like to say, if I could, Kath.
Yes, please go ahead, Jean.
There are some areas of the state that are harder to attract people to. So in a more rural area, it might be more difficult to find the types of licensed teachers that you need.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, if there's no further, yes. Okay.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at, thinking of my 2 students in my house, I have a 9th grader and 11th grader. As far as teaching and finding teachers, the 11th grader, one of his teachers is through the Johnson County Community College, and Blue Valley has a contract through them. So his teacher is professor there, and he zooms in, and he doesn't go there, he just zooms in. And then my other son, he actually goes to the school in a study hall, and his teacher is over at another high school within Blue Valley. So that's ways that different schools are making, I mean, I see the shortage, but they may be co-teaching. I mean, she has a classroom in front of her, of the students at the high school. And then my son is at another high school, not too far away, but he's in a study hall room. So I'm just offering that up as far as if they're looking at ways to co-teach or get around teaching for a short period of time, just through this COVID maybe. That's something that I just wanted to throw out there, because that's some of the things that our district is, where my children go, is doing.
I think that's a good example of, really, it's kind of really using the distance learning concept, but kind of combining some schools that, to provide some opportunities for kids.
And that is a biology class, so that's science.
There you go.
So-
Any other questions at this point? Okay, thank you. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so since there's no further questions, I'll go ahead and move into the licensed personnel report data. All right, so before I move into the specific data, I want to take a moment to clarify the LPR data collection process. LPR data is collected basically all school year long from August to March. We typically open a 60-day window between January 1st of any given year through March 1st to allow districts to finish and submit their report for the year. Now, during the 2019-2020 school year, we officially closed that window on March 20th. So there's a few other things that were going on in our country at that point whenever we were shutting that down. So I just throw that out there because, once again, there was potential that some of the data could have been affected by COVID measures. Now, as far as the actual data on the slides, so what we see, number one, school personnel remained stable during the 2019-20 school year. There was a slight increase in district stability. Movement educators between districts, there was also a slight increase, which those two sound counterintuitive. However, as far as the stability, parts of the measure that are in there are if people retire or just leave the profession, so that number is also included in there. So I'm comfortable saying that we remain stable and then had that increase. As far as new grads entering the field, this was a bit of a surprise, but new grads, it decreased as compared to the 2018-19 school year. But we did receive a slight increase of educators either returning to the profession or entering the profession from a outside employment sector, such as business, industry, or government. And finally, we continue, which is a trend, we continue to import more educators from out of state than we actually lose that leave the state of Kansas to seek employment elsewhere.
I think that's a really important point to make, because I think folks either misunderstand that or something. I don't know what it is, but so we are importing over 200 more than we export. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
So that's,
And then that's consistent. It's been consistent the last few years.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so that's good information. Commissioner?
I think Michelle and Susan, Shane, that 3.43% where we dropped on new grads, if I remember right, so correct me, but wasn't last year the low point of the students coming out of college that we knew 4 years ago, 5 years ago? And now we're going to start to see that coming back up. Am I remembering that correctly?
You are. And again, anecdotally, when I visit with deans and unit heads from programs, I'm pleasantly surprised in the number of students they have enrolled right now. They have not lost like you might think. In fact, for one of our campuses, their education department is the only department with higher graduates or with higher enrollees than other departments on the campus. So there are some really, to Dr. Watson's point, provided all things stay the same, I think we'll continue to see that this was the bottom and we are headed in the right direction.
But later on, when you see the data that I think that Ann was referring to, without some of those things that the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee have done, so Pete and Para, when we dropped from 4.39 to 3.43, without that, you would have had a terrific shortage in Kansas. So that number's got to get higher, obviously. We want more grads, but you've mitigated that by some of the actions you've taken by policy.
Yeah, and especially when you go back to that special education field, those number of limited apprentice licenses that we'll talk about, imagine that number being added to this and how much higher that would be versus where it is now. So I was just making note of the many, many positives that this data is showing us, and a lot of those are thanks to the Blue Ribbon Task Force, the continuation of the work from teacher vacancy and supply. So you're absolutely right. There are some good positives in the data.
Jim Porter?
Thank you. I hate to publicly agree with the chair, but I think the issue of importing and exporting is critical that we get that message out, because I hear all the time, teachers are fleeing Kansas because of whatever it is. And that data addresses that argument, and I think that it's extremely important that we get that information out, because teachers are fleeing at a great rate and not being replaced is the message that's being sent. Well, that's just simply not true, and I think it's very important for us to communicate that. A total other subject that I should have asked the last time around, I think it's important for us to know the number of vacancies in special education plus the number of waivers, because that's the number of people that are teaching in Kansas schools that are not fully qualified. And so when somebody looks at that and says, well, you only have 150 vacancies in special education, that is, in fact, may be true for vacancies, but as far as people in the classroom that are unqualified. And at some point, not today, because I keep getting this question, but I just want to make this for the future. How do we deal with transition from military? You don't have to answer that now, but I think that that's something that maybe at Professional Standards Board that we can talk about.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. For the next slide, we'll continue on with some demographic information. So as far as demographics, our largest group of educators continues to be educators with 1 to 4 years of experience, and this is a common trend over the last few years that group remains the largest. Our mean years of experience increased during 2019 from 13 to 14 years of experience. The average age of teachers and educators basically remained the same, and I'll quickly define the difference. So educators includes administrators, school specialists, and classroom teachers. Teachers are just classroom teachers, so that's the difference in those two numbers. So I believe last year there was concern that during the 2018-19 school year that the first year average salary for first year teachers didn't increase last year. This year we saw the opposite, so that's not the case in 2019-20. We actually increased the average salary of first year teachers by $1,200, which is another good thing. Overall, the average salary of teachers continued to increase during the 2019 and 20 school year. And any your question?
Yeah, Steve Roberts?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The average salary depicted here, are those arithmetic means? Is that an average? Add it all up? Okay.
It is.
Do you have the number for the median salaries?
Yes, I can get that. I don't have it at the moment, but I can pull that for you.
Can you tell me that would be for the average salary for teachers, the median would be lower, would it not?
Honestly, off the top of my head, I can pull that for you and we'll get it to you, okay?
Thank you.
We can gather that for you yet before today ends.
Well, if there's no further questions, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Susan, and she's going to speak to you about alternative pathways.
So I'll share some information that kind of addresses what we've talked a little bit about. So we're switching to, these are numbers, counts of licenses currently in effect. So these are some of the alternative pathways. The limited apprentice and the TAP Innovative program. Those came about, you've approved the TAP program out of Wichita State. The limited apprentice came out of the TBSC. So this is just to show you that the restricted continues to grow. It's our old long-term alternative pathway for those who already have a degree in the subject that they want to teach. So you can see that those numbers continue to really provide districts with a lot of choices. The limited apprentice, the currently valid, those are ones that are still in their programs. So you started this 2 years ago. We've had a number of those who've completed their program and moved on to an initial license. So keep that in mind too. You had a new cohort, 100 and some, that started this summer that are providing services this school year. And then again, we'll have a new cohort starting. So those are good things. As far as special ed, there's not a magic solution to it. So what we've been trying to do over time, Ann mentioned the unified licenses. So Early Childhood Unified has been in place since about 2003, where they come out prepared to serve either both gen ed students and special ed students from the start. Elementary Unified, you adopted that reg, and we have started to graduate candidates from that program too. So it's about building layers of options to get people where we need them to be for special ed. This is an important slide too. What this slide does, it's following a starting cohort, and it asks, are they still teaching in their third year? So the 2010, that cohort was one that started out teaching 2007-8 school year. So you can see really our retention rate is fairly high for Kansas, but let's look at the trends a little bit. In 2008, we started requiring a year of mentoring to move from that initial license to the professional. You can see we dipped, but then we started going up to the peak. And then all of a sudden, we started dropping back down a little bit. And one of the first things that the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee did is they recommended increasing that new teacher mentoring and support. They created mentor program guidelines. So in 2017, we started requiring 2 years of mentoring, and you can see we leveled off, but now we're just beginning to go back up a little bit. So we think that's a good thing. It shows the importance of that mentoring and support and the effects of taking a look at that and increasing it. I know the Standards Board has a goal now to do a deeper dive into looking at the mentoring and doing some evaluation of those mentor programs as one of their goals this year. These are license counts. And I think it's important to know that the number of licenses that we issue on an average per year is about 20,000. That's staying stable. The chart below that, though, shows you over time, these are brand new Kansas graduates, brand new out-of-state graduates. It doesn't include people coming in at the professional level from out of state. But you can see, as Randy was talking about, our numbers were slowly dropping, but we would expect this hopefully by the next year or two to start going up again, because based on what the higher ed folks are telling us, we do have more people now in the pipeline. And this is just teaching, not school specialists or school leadership.
We have a question, Susan. Ann Maughan, it might have been on the previous slide.
Maybe back up a couple. The thing about mentoring, I really hope somebody does examine that, because I know of places where like they have one teacher assigned to every second-year teacher, and so they're not getting mentoring. So I hope they really dig into it and ask for the names of the mentors who are assigned and make sure it's really happening. But the other thing is, on the transition to teaching, I noticed we had like 400, would that be 400 who started in the program this year?
This is the number of currently valid licenses. So every year, it averages, my guess would be between right around 150 to 200, considering all the universities that offer. So remember that they're moving on to a different kind of license as they finish the program. So this is.
So it would be 409 who finished their second year?
They have 3 years to complete, so it's hard to tell whether it's, they could have finished it in 2 or they could have finished it in 3.
But they've
This is the number
finished and they've
completed.
gotten
Correct.
their degree. Okay,
And their initial license.
all right. Thank you.
Yeah, you have overlap every year from ones that are just starting out to ones in there that are gonna complete that year, so it's always a moving target.
They can ask for a third if they've had an extenuating circumstances during the 2.
Other questions on retention or that one before I move on? Okay. The other thing on this is CTE specialized. Again, that's another option that is available for districts. This is one that's based on that person's occupational skill and expertise. These would be people that the numbers are fairly small. We don't expect these people necessarily to be changing careers. What we see is our numbers went up. This is a 3-year certificate. They were up to 90 some. They dropped off a little bit as those original ones expired, which isn't surprising. They serve a purpose. If you need to offer a pathway where you need a welder and you hire your welder to come in and teach the welding part of the class under a CTE specialized, the odds are he's going to continue to be a welder and not switch into saying, I want to start teaching full time now. So I think we'll see this cyclical, but they are tending to increase. So again, one more option, especially in the pathway areas. And we do expect that to continue to grow. A final slide about continuing work. We talked about science, Kathy did recently, so that's the next concentration area for the teacher vacancy and supply. We have collected data on science assignments. We have a great brand new science consultant who we've already met with, staff has, to present. She's going to help us craft a survey, and we also have a new survey tool at KSD, so they'll look at that just similar to kind of what they collected on math, and then they'll bring those recommendations to you around science. I got the consultant all excited. I said, this is your opportunity to influence how science is taught in the state. So I have high hopes that you'll have some recommendations this school year at least on science. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to finish up for us.
How science is licensed, not necessarily how it's taught.
That's true.
Yeah. So she's going to be a great asset, and we on teacher vacancy and supply continue to had to push that one down the road until she came, and so we're so tickled to have Meg join us and in that conversation. The last thing that I'd leave you with 2 things. There are some really positive things about the data. I was nervous about this collection in light of everything that's going on in the world, and I think it really stays on point with what we've seen over the past several years, so I was pleasantly surprised there. Numbers are high in the retention rates and people that are staying during the 3-year time, after the 3-year time. The transition restricted programs, those numbers are high. So you've blessed some great opportunities for other folks to enter the classroom, and I think there are some real positives. I would tell you this will be, believe it or not, the 4th opportunity to gather to visit about retention and recruitment in our state. We'll do this virtually. On this date, you are all welcome. I will get the link sent to you all through Peggy. We're going to break that event down into about 3 segments, the first of which will be Dr. Randy Watson welcoming the folks to participate in this very important conversation. We've invited the K-TOY team to talk to us about what it means to retain our teachers right now in this time. And then we're going to have Brian White from the Washburn Rural School District come and visit about virtual recruitment opportunities. How can we virtually recruit teachers? And perhaps is there an opportunity for us to do that in a statewide venue so that we can all collaborate and collectively gather the best of the best to bring them into the field. So mark that date, free opportunity for you to pop into any one of those 3 or all 3 of those opportunities. We would love to have you participate. And the 3 of us are happy to stay in for any other questions.
Board members, I know we've asked questions as we've gone, but I'm sure you have some more additional questions. Ann Ma and then Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michelle, I'm wondering if the COVID crisis has opened any opportunities for us to attract people out of industries that had to lay off, manufacturing, that kind of thing, attract them into some pathway toward a teaching
So
license?
I don't know that we're seeing that yet, but we may. This is October. As we get into January, February, we all have teachers in our lives. They're tired and they're stressed and all of those things, and I want every one of them to stay in the classroom with their kids. But as those transitions take place, that might be an opportunity for us to explore some options. Where we have seen, I think anecdotally, some increase is in the applications for sub-licenses. We have more of those folks available, licensed folks at any rate. They may not choose to personally be entering into those classrooms, but we have increased numbers there. I think our out-of-state numbers, you heard Shane talk about that exit data and entry data and whatnot. I think it seems, again anecdotally right now, I'm talking to a lot of out-of-state candidates who want to come to Kansas and teach, so that's a good sign.
I'm just wondering if there's a way for us to put out the message that if you have a firm that's letting go of engineers and scientists, we want to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've had a lot of parents that have either an education background or they're just doing other things right now in their careers, or they're willing to step forward and teach or substitute, drive buses. Some people are willing to drive vans. I know my mom used to do that to every tennis. She was going out of town to watch me play anyway, so she drove one of the buses. It wasn't a huge bus. It was just one of those traveling vans, but that just getting the word out that people, we just need extra help to do that. And I don't know how that works with I don't know, your insurance purposes or whatever, and how I suppose it depends on the district, but there are a lot of people that have been willing to just to keep the kids in the classrooms, to give some teachers some breaks, just to keep it going, keep the flow going during this tough time. So I guess just getting like she said, getting the word out, attending that, and just getting more candidates, I guess, because that may be something they didn't realize they would be really good at, and they're good at whatever they would be teaching, which would be science. We have RNs that would be probably willing to teach some science. I've talked to one just recently, and she's kind of scaling back and would be able to maybe do something like that. So just an option.
Thank you.
Ben Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. Our neighbors to the east did a lot of changes to their substitute teacher requirements. I don't know if we're having a conversation or if it's something that we're looking at. That's not necessarily something I'm advocating for. I'm wondering if we're having those conversations about those requirements just because of COVID-19. But honestly, I was very surprised about the numbers I saw today, in a good way, because I anticipated that number going up from last year, and the fact that it went down, I'm very happily surprised about in that regard. So my second question is completely unrelated to this one, so I'll hold off.
So I would tell you that one of the sort of the priorities when Susan first introduced me to this data collection 3 years ago was, I'm not sure my partners in the field at the time were reporting the data correctly all the way through, and honestly is not the right word. Clearly understanding, as you heard Shane say, a substitute in a classroom is a vacancy. So we went on a big campaign to make sure people really attended to the data correctly. And I think even under these difficult times, as I was nervous too, I wasn't sure what we were going to find. But the real trends that we see indicate to me that the folks in the field doing the reporting gave their due diligence and reported honestly and correctly.
But I guess my question, it might be more geared to probably those on teacher vacancy and supply. I mean, are we talking about suspending some of the licensure requirements, like the 60-hour college minimum for E-subs? I mean, that sort of thing like Missouri has done for this year.
There are a couple of spaces.
In other states, not just Missouri.
Right, in the state who have asked me for some opportunities to do that. Dr. Watson and I have talked about this. I love that Kansas holds the bar very, very high. At this point, I serve at the pleasure. If you all want us to explore that option more, at this point, to release the number of days and to create those other opportunities with the sub-licenses where we have left that conversation, if there's a need to revisit, I'm happy to do so.
And I guess it comes down to whether there's a clamor from the field or not. And I haven't heard that clamor. It's just, I'm just seeing what other states are doing and whether we're having that conversation.
Yes, sir.
My second question is this, and because they're not licensed personnel, it's a little bit more difficult. But are we tracking staff shortages like school bus drivers, that sort of thing, or is there a way to do that? Because the one thing I'm hearing from districts, there's a teacher thing, but it's bus drivers, it's cooks, it's the support staff that they're having a hard time filling.
So my good friend Craig is back there, and he could probably speak to that a little bit as far as we don't collect that support personnel data.
Some of that's probably collected by KEEB, the KansasTeachingJobs.com.
That is a space too that I would mention that we're working in partnership to more collaboratively use what they're doing to compare with what we're doing and see if there's another way to connect the data more fully.
Because that data, I think, would also be reflective, because what we always say, and the commissioner said it, everybody that works in a school is an educator. Doesn't matter if you're a bus driver, custodian, school lunch person, school secretary, does not matter. We're all educators. We all interact with kids. And, I'm hearing a lot of staff shortages. That's where the crisis is right now, from what I'm just hearing anecdotally. I don't have the numbers, but I've got superintendents that are bus drivers.
Yeah.
And just because they just have zero applicants in that regard. So
KEEB is a good place where all jobs are reported there. It would be good to pull a data point on what that looks like for non-licensed. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Ma?
Yeah, just to follow up on what Ben was talking about, I know what my superintendents reported to me was, as long as that $600 bonus on unemployment was out there, they couldn't get a bus driver, because that's $15 an hour on top of your unemployment. So now that has been reduced, it'll be interesting to see if more of them want to get a full-time job.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, you and your team, for presenting us with this information. It's helpful. It's always interesting to look at, so thank you very much. Okay, the next agenda item is to receive proposed revisions to the school wellness policy model guidelines. That's kind of a mouthful. And I think Cheryl and Mark and Jill Ladd are here. I see Cheryl.
We're all here.
Okay, and there's Mark. He's hiding behind that great big humongous column there.
We have it for later, yeah.
For later?
Yeah, but you can put it up now if you want to.
Now? Yeah, totally.
And we could probably start while he's doing that.
Yeah, that'd be
And that way
fine.
you won't be
Yes, go
behind.
ahead, Cheryl. And
Matt?
board members, if you're looking in your agenda, this is page 83.
It should say
Is it this one?
And I think
wellness.
the guidelines are in there too, I think, Cheryl, in our agenda.
there it
Yes,
is.
it's
Now
in
it's
your
there.
packet, yes. And we would like you to refer to those if you have any questions. So, every so often, we feel it is very important.
You're gonna need the mic, so you may want to wait.
Yeah, with my mask, you're right, I do.
Well, you can wait a minute if you need to.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Chair and State Board and Commissioner Watson, thank you for allowing us to bring forth suggested updates to the Kansas School Wellness Policy Model Guidelines. We did have those in your board packet. Over the past year, before COVID hit, we actually had wellness workshops across the state, and probably 400 to 500 folks gave input on to needed updates in regard to our policies. And so I will talk about some of the nutrition ones, and then Jill, the nutrition ed, nutrition promotion, and Mark, the physical activity and integrated school-based wellness. There aren't that many, but we want to make sure you're aware what they are and hear any comments that you have. And then we'll end with a little presentation from the Rudd Center. The Kansas Health Foundation asked them to do a study of our progress on wellness policy guideline implementation, and we have exciting news to share. They even actually want to publish it. It's such good data, so we'll end with that. So I will begin with the nutrition guidelines, which I think if you, in your packet on page 7, if any of you had any questions, be sure and ask as we go along. But the changes for nutrition are really pretty non-controversial, I believe. We have a section changing wording so that it says students are not disciplined by separating from other students in the dining area. The field folks did not feel like we were saying that correctly in the first draft of the guidelines. We also are taking out any reference to smarter lunchrooms or behavioral economics. That was something that had been used by USDA, and they found that the people who did the research, maybe it wasn't on the up and up. And so it's not scientifically based, and so I believe it needs to be removed. There are a few tweaks about adding Kansas food products to menus that you'll see right under that. And then the major change under nutrition is taking out the line where it says meals purchased at fast food outlets to be consumed at school must not be brought to school in their original containers, and caffeinated beverages would not be allowed for elementary, middle school in-sack lunches. This is probably the guideline I get the most calls from parents about. It's like we were dictating what parents could bring. And I don't feel that it was doing what we wanted it to do. Like the meals purchased at fast food outlets not being in containers. I mean, what's fast food anymore? I mean, I can go and get a nice salad with grilled chicken, and wouldn't that be okay? I mean, how do you define that? Caffeinated beverages, USDA doesn't even have restrictions on caffeine in our smart snacks. There's no scientific research that shows at this point there should be limits. So
that's being taken out?
That is my suggestion, that we would remove that entire row.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that from an former administrator standpoint, and I thought, oh boy, I'm not sure I'd want to fight that battle.
Yeah, well, that's really a lot of concerns from parents that come to my office are about that. So those are the changes in nutrition. Jill, would you like to talk about nutrition ed and promotion?
So nutrition promotion and education start on page 9 of the guidelines.
Your 9 is not our 9.
What is your?
Because it's the whole packet.
Yeah, and it's numbered with ours, so I think we're trying to find it, so.
Page 94. Thank you, Craig.
Thanks, Craig.
So on page 94, in the first row, middle column, we are going to clarify, and we'd like to add annually. That was the intent, but it didn't come across as that, so we'd like to add annually there. So that is on nutrition promotion. Students learn about the nutrition requirements for school meals, and some students are involved in helping plan menus, and then we want to add the word annually to that. Also in nutrition promotion, in that middle column, the final row in nutrition promotion, we want to remove at all times at the end. So district would allow marketing, oral, written, or graphics of only those foods and beverages that meet the requirements set forth in the Smart Snacks rule on the school campus during school activities. At all times is really in the modeling level, and so we'd like to remove that from that transitioning. In nutrition education, you'll see on the first row, first column, that we are suggesting that we remove including those with disabilities, special health care needs, and in alternative education settings. And what we'd like to propose instead is that we have a definitions page that would define what is a student, and those examples would be included in defining a student. We'd also add an acronyms page to this booklet. Those were 2 suggestions that we had from the field that they thought would be helpful. In addition, also on that row is that we'd like to add the wellness committee to also receive some professional development at least once a year regarding nutrition education. And then in that second row on nutrition education, we added the word classroom behind active. So active classroom learning experiences are provided for students. And then the final suggestion that we have for this category is on the next page. Last row, we are suggesting that we add "and agricultural education." So informing families at least once per semester that encourages them to teach their children about health, nutrition, as well as agricultural education. That can really help kids know where their food comes from. And we know that we've presented multiple times about farm to plate. So the field and our staff would like to add that to that category as well. Any questions in nutrition, promotion, and education? Okay. I'll turn it over to Mark, who's going to cover the last two.
Thank you, Jill. So if I have your page numbering correct, I start on 96 with physical activity. And as Jill mentioned regarding the definitions that we are going to use, under that first row of general guidelines where it talks about all students, including those with disabilities, special health care needs, and in alternative education settings, that will be removed, but that will be explained on the definitions page. If you move on to page 95, under throughout the day, the fourth row down, the word planned has been replaced with approved. This change was made to reflect that some of these activities may be planned by individuals other than the physical education teacher, but the physical education teacher should review them. Those are the changes that we're recommending for physical activity. If you move on to the final page of integrated school-based wellness, under general guidelines, we have added mental health and abstaining from e-cigarettes to reflect the importance and relevance of these topics. The second row, addressing activities tied to the Healthier U.S. School Challenge, have been removed because the program is no longer offered by USDA. In the third column of the sixth row, 100% has been replaced with 75% to offer a more realistic modeling level goal for farm to school activities. And then finally, in the seventh row, the word some has been changed to the phrase one or more in each of these columns to provide a more specific guideline than is reflected in the word some. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
All of us, if you have questions about the proposed changes.
Board members, questions? Ben Jones.
Okay, I'll knock it out now. Some of it's just because I'm not as familiar and I'm still learning. How is these things, like, how do you see them in a school day? Is this, these are standards, correct?
These are model guidelines. Each school
Okay.
district has a wellness policy
Okay.
that they're required to approve and adopt as a part of child nutrition programs. And so they get to determine which model guidelines they want to have as a part of policy, and then they are supposed to, based upon state law, work toward meeting the model policies that you all approve as the state board.
Which is that last column?
Well, really, all of these are
All of
model
these,
policies. And so you don't have to start with the very basics. You can implement all modeling if you want. It's
Okay.
really a local level decision where you want to be, but the goal would be they would implement all, work toward all.
I probably just need a workshop on how to understand this document.
Do you want to explain that more to him?
It's probably more what it is.
I want to talk about the bold being the items
Oh,
that
yes. The items in bold are federal requirements or state law. I think we have some state law. So anything in bold, they have to do.
Yeah, I'd probably just need to sit down with one of you guys.
We'd
and
be
actually
happy to do that.
Yeah, just to see, how do I read this document?
I'd be happy to do that
Probably a
before the
question I should
next
ask before
meeting and
today,
when
but-
you vote.
Yeah.
We could
Yeah.
even offer that for you for
So,
sure.
yeah.
Other questions, board members?
Anne has one.
Ann Ma?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so excited about the fast food meals because we would bring Subway sandwiches to go have lunch with our grandkids, and we'd have to go outside and eat because they wouldn't let us eat in the lunchroom. And then they felt really odd, and it was a good meal. So When would this go into effect if we approve them?
Well, if you all vote in
Uh-huh.
favor of the changes in November, we would get those ready for the next school year so
Okay.
that folks could start on that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dina Horst?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There, I believe it's back on the first page of the guidelines, and it talks about students not being disciplined by being seated in a separate location. Does that mean that kids that are in school suspension are supposed to be placed with the other students?
I believe that this says that for a modeling level, that you wouldn't use seating in the cafeteria as a disciplinary action, yes.
But they don't have to adopt the model.
They do not have to adopt that, no.
So you're talking about a teacher who would say, you weren't following my rules, so you're going to have to
Sit at that table by yourself.
over there.
Yeah, I think if a student was suspended from school, they would be excluded from all activities, so they wouldn't be in the.
Well, having been a middle school teacher and seen food fights, I know that kind of behavior has resulted in you are leaving the area.
Maybe that's why it's in the modeling and you don't have to do modeling.
Strict interpretation of this.
Right, and remember, that's at the modeling level
So
and what
if
you would
they're
aspire
allowed-
to.
If the school district is allowed to have a little leeway in that, and that's not something tied to whether your program is meeting qualifications or not.
Absolutely not. It's
That's-
definitely a
that's
local
one
decision.
thing, but another, if it's beginning to erode what expectations are in a cafeteria.
Right, this is totally, would be a model level policy that could be adopted at the local level.
Because I can imagine there will be some who will read it in that manner, and will be upset that they can't make
And-
those decisions. So if we could maybe have an asterisk or something that
Okay.
allowed districts to know that that wasn't a part of the quality of their lunch program being looked at.
We can do that on our definitions page, our explanations. I think what you're bringing up is a common, it's like, we hear that a lot at the wellness workshops because folks think if it's here, they have to do it. Whereas we talk a lot about, this is to create a healthier school environment. You can only work on 1 or 2 policies at a time. You should be working toward these. You don't have to do all of them. You still have local control. So we can add something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Happy to do that for you. Other questions?
Okay, so this will be brought back next, the guidelines, next month to vote, and then you're gonna share some data.
Yes, I want to share with you what the Red Center actually just gave us this report yesterday, and they are so excited. The Health Foundation has been funding KSD wellness work since, 6 years now? I think at least. At least, and have been very supportive of us. And so they asked the Red Center to do an analysis of our work. And we have been conducting workshops annually. We've been providing individualized coaching for districts each year. You all keep the model wellness policies up to date, and we have a web-based tool that we measure how they're implementing their wellness policies, which most states don't. It's called the Wellness Impact Tool. So we're I think, really the only state that collects data like this. And so they have all these research questions, but I just have to share the results. Look at over time how our school districts have done since program year 15. We've had steady increases over time on creating healthier school environments across Kansas. And they talk about all the variants, and you can look at the nutrition mean scores by level. They are all increasing at each grade level. Our nutrition promotion and education scores are all increasing. Physical activity are all increasing. At high school, it's a little harder, and Mark will tell you some of the policies are harder to attain. But again, they're model policies, and that's what we're having people strive for. And integrated school wellness. Every single one. I mean, the Red Center was extremely pleased with this. 85% of the school districts participated in at least one of our workshops. 98% of them took advantage of individualized individual wellness coaching support, and 83% attended workshops and had coaching. So what they have found, of course, is that the more supports a district had, the better their scores were. And they have all these predictors. But the main thing I want you to know is that these findings suggest that there were greater improvements in school wellness policies in Kansas than would be predicted without this intervention of the coaching, having the model guidelines. And they are going to say that nationally, I think, published in research about how great Kansas is doing in regard to school wellness. So thanks to you all for your support. We really appreciate it. And if you have additional comments about the guidelines, please let us know before next meeting so that we could make those. And we'll be glad to provide some information.
That was impressive data.
It really is amazing data.
Yeah,
and it's statistically significant in all areas they've found, and that's even more impressive, I
We
think.
do have an additional question. Ann Mall?
Yes, thank you. Does anybody anywhere look at air quality? I know it finally came up with COVID that schools don't have such great, air circulation, but I've been trying to find somebody for a couple of years that would look at like CO2 levels, because I had a teacher who had a gizmo and measured it and could make a direct correlation between kids falling asleep and doing badly on tests and the CO level in the room. But it seems like it could be a part of wellness.
I don't know. You haven't heard anything?
No, I would.
You want to talk to that, Mark? He might be better about that than.
No, I would think that if anybody would do that, it would be under the Kansas Department of Health and Environment.
Yeah, they don't do
But
it.
I am not aware of them doing anything like that.
No. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Jim Porter?
Greenbush provides that service, but it's for a fee.
Yeah, it's just hard to get anybody interested in. This guy was somebody they hired, and they gave him a room in the basement, and he was an ex-engineer, and he had interested in air quality and was measuring different gases, and the CO2 level in the basement was really high because they had no, now, like I said, it's a real common thing, but I mean, they'll go out and measure for different gases, Greenbush will. Okay, thank you. It's good to know.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your hard work on this, and it's really moving things forward.
Yeah,
Really
it's
appreciate that.
exciting news.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, as they make their way out the building, Cheryl, people matter, leadership matters. Cheryl and her team, I mean, so many things. We lead the nation in getting, turning around, getting free lunches to kids in a virus. Look at the data related to health and wellness, and that doesn't happen without great people. And Cheryl has a great, great team that she leads, and I just wanted you to know that. It's really great work.
Cheryl? You're getting all sorts of accolades over here. I hope you heard them. Yeah, you were getting, the commissioner was very positive about you and your team. So.
Telling me happy birthday.
That's important too, so happy birthday.
Thank you. It's a great team. We have a great team.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to do the consent agenda, and Michelle asked for an item to be pulled, but not necessarily for voting purposes, but for just some discussion. So we're going to do that first, and then we'll vote on all of them. So, I don't know, looks like Dean or Brad, I'm not sure who. And this is on the act to request to amend the Kansas Integrated Accountability Contract. So just basically, I think some conversation about that, what that is and what that does. She may have
So
specific.
apparently I don't need to introduce Dean, because you're already, so Dean can answer any questions you have on that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Dean.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Dean. I just wrote some questions down. So, knowing that, budgets are tight and everything like that, and our business had a bid that we lost, back in March, and we just lost it based on pennies, but we didn't have apples to apples. We weren't given the whole, there were some things involved that we weren't given all of the information, and we would have actually probably surpassed the amount and won the bid. So what I'm trying to get at, I guess, is disproportionality on the, maybe we don't need to know what that is or the scope of that, but when the bidding process was going on, did the other people that were bidding, because it says at the top, whatever this was, is this a recent bid? Is it something that we could have gone back to the other companies, since it's most government things are like a four to six bidding process. I know that from past experience. So is there something that maybe LDP, maybe they knew that going into it when they did the bid, that you were going to need more additional services, or is it something that we just discovered and we have gone back for a rebidding process? I guess I'm just trying to figure that out. And if the funding that we have to fund for that amount, is that coming out of reserves or is that coming out of general fund?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer those. So first off, this is to add funds to a bid that happened in 2016.
Okay.
So when this was originally bid out, this was, as you said, there was a lot of time and investment that went into putting together the RFP and vetting this, because it was assembling an integrated accountability system application that basically took all these different things we were doing on paper and putting them into a but to an online system that our agency was able to utilize for districts to go in, enter the information, see the results, and be able to access it. And this was a multi-year contract that goes through 2024. Now, in 2016, we built the application knowing the requirements that were in IDA in 2016, but because we know that the laws change, requirements change over time, we did, as part of the bidding process, all of the bidders had an opportunity to include in their cost proposals a rate of what it would cost were they to need to do some additional enhancements that were above and beyond the requirements in the original application. And that kind of brings us to where we are now, where 4 years later, because of changes to IDA regulations, not to the statute, but to the regulations, there are changes to the way significant disproportionality, which is one of the things we have to monitor in IDA, has changed. And what we're requesting for Leader Services to do is to take this existing application and really just create a new module that lives within that application to properly display that information and to make it more accessible to the districts.
Okay, so it wasn't that we didn't give them the whole picture when they did the bidding process, or it wasn't that they were knowing that was going to come about later, that they went low on the bid, knowing that they would have to, that funding would have to be required at a later date. And that wasn't anything like that, correct?
No, this is an enhancement that goes beyond just normal maintenance to the existing system that already works with IDA compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Hey, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve consent? Dina Horst, a second. Ben Jones, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a 10-0. Thank you. Yes, she did. I watched. Okay, board members are. Yeah. I thought it was delayed because I was watching. Thank you, Jean. The chairman's report and all of that, it's probably going to be a little lengthy, so I thought we'd take a quick break before we get into that, because we may end up a little bit of time on it. So let's take about 10 minutes, at least, no more than 10, and then come back. One of the first things we need to do, we received some information today on accepting updates to the navigating change document. Randy, you want to update us real quick on what those updates were? Can you do that without pulling it up?
Yes, just taking a drink of water. There are two. One is the removal of the log for parents replaced by a set of assurances. And the second is a mental health guideline from our COVID task force of physicians in Kansas.
So the motion that I'm going to read that we want, because we monthly will be updating navigating change. So within here, we'll have a motion monthly when we have these updates. So the motion I move that we accept the updates to the navigating change document reflecting changes and new information since the state board approval on September 8th. So Janet Wall made that motion. And a second by Dina Horst. Any questions? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 10-0. Thank you very much. Okay, a few assignments that I would like to go over. A couple of committees that have come up recently, and we've made a few assignments. The K-Board and State Board have agreed to convene a committee to take a look at spring break and see if there is some calendar alignment that we can do on that. That might be an interesting opportunity to try to get some alignment, and I know we'll never get 100%, but they want to look at there's some possibilities of trying to align some things so there'd be some opportunities for our students who are taking either concurrent, dual enrollment, a variety of classes, that those opportunities are a little bit more aligned. So I have assigned Jim McNeese and Ben Jones to work with the folks from the Board of Regents that are going to work on that, and they'll be bringing recommendations back to the K-Board group and to our group. So that, I don't know if you guys have had the first meeting yet, or it's coming up. Friday. Okay, so just that's some information coming up. We've also been asked to, or I've been asked to assign somebody to the Education Commission of the States. They're developing a P through 3, so pre-K through 3, Policy Academy team for Kansas. Melissa Rooker from the Children's Cabinet is going to be the state lead for the state of Kansas, and I've asked Jim McNeese to sit on that as the state board rep. There will be a variety of other folks on that also. So just so you know that there's some things coming up. Okay, committee reports. I think we had legislative. Jim, I think, did you have something you wanted? They're happily trying to get elected or re-elected. Okay.
Actually, you're talking to me?
Yes, Jim.
Yeah, I actually have 3, and I can do them all within 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, please do.
The GAC, that's the Government Affairs Committee from Manassas, met yesterday, and they were asking for priorities for states to ask when they started building their budget request for next year for the federal government. Funding of special education was recommended by everybody from every state. Most other states were also asking for additional funding for early childhood and preschool programs. The indication was that the likelihood of the stimulus moving quickly was remote, because right now the emphasis is on the Supreme Court justice, and so it was the people that report to NASB, the professionals that report to NASB, the lobbyists, were assuming that would not happen until after the election. And I may have heard this wrong, and because it sounds like it's something different from what I heard today, that decisions have not been made yet about testing for this spring. And I thought I heard some other.
For this school year?
For this school year.
So the Department of Ed has not made decisions yet?
That's the way I understood it, but I thought I heard somebody say today that it was, but
Not that I know of. Okay. all right.
Okay, on the legislative committee, Dean and I met briefly at noon, and we're probably gonna put together some suggested legislative agenda items, and we would like for those of you that have request things to send it to one of us, and we'll meet sometime probably before the November meeting for the purpose of just putting some things together like we did last year that the board can discuss, and that would be a future agenda item. We'd like to have that finalized, of course, before the legislative session starts.
So as you, board members, as you think about items that you think would be appropriate legislatively, be sure to let Jim Porter and Dina know.
And Professional Standards Board, Cameron Carlson is the Dean of Education at Newman, and he is the new chairman. And he has, we're in the process of developing goals, redeveloping goals, and then there are going to be subcommittees based on each goals. Some of the things that we have discussed and are concerned about, first of all, are the recommendations of the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee, making sure that we have a vigorous mentoring programs for all new teachers, macro credentials, which we're going to talk about tomorrow, so I won't go into that. And then we also discussed something that's already been discussed today, and that is how to provide quality substitutes. If we need to relook at those. We haven't made any decisions, or we're far from making any recommendations, but those are the things that we're talking about. And those are my 3 reports, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Porter. NASB, Ben, you've got some information on, from the NASB.
In your folders, I think it's with other board member notes. There's all the documents. There's some other stuff that'll come out next week for the NASB committee meeting next week. There are 2 nominees for NASB chair-elect. Brooke Axios, the current chair from Iowa, will move to the past chair. I just lost his name from Indiana.
Oh.
Yeah, I can see his face.
Byron Ernest.
Byron Ernest, thank you. I could see him. I knew where he's from. I just couldn't think of his name. Will be the new chair after next week. And then we have a choice of NASB chair-elect. It's between Janet Cannon of Utah and Ron McNinch from Guam. They are both the Western delegates to NASB. They have letters. They're included in your packet. I appreciate any feedback you have as to which direction you would like me to vote, as I'm representing the state of Kansas on that vote. If you have feedback, I would appreciate it. We vote next Friday in 10 days or 11 days.
Get that feedback to Ben quickly on that. Professional Standards Board, or not Professional Standards Board, SEAC. Jim McNeese.
One thing I would share with you at SEAC is our agendas and their agendas pretty much are parallel. We're talking about the same things: transition, navigating change and the modifications to that, especially concerned about with the gating criteria, the special needs students and how they're being addressed. So I know if they haven't already, they'll be making some recommendations. On transition, there's 2 subcommittees that are working, and they're reviewing final drafts that'll be presented at the November 10th meeting to SEAC to make final recommendations, and that will then come to us if it does pass there at that time. I would say this too about SEAC. Regrettably, November 10th is also the date for our board meeting, and this happened this time last year. I've already talked to Brett about, not doing that next year. He was new last year and forgot that I told him not to do that next year. So we're here this year and not next year, so hopefully that won't happen. But that could be, we might want to be there for the transition report, Jim, like we were for ESI, so we'll see. We had a long discussion about COVID issues related to, groups that we don't typically talk about, homeless, juvenile corrections. Folks, that was quite interesting. And one of the nice things about SEAC is, and what I say is nice, is you have multiple voices across our state and issues and populations that we don't always hear at this table. So that was very good. And a lot of good things there. One of the big concerns, though, with COVID-19 is is related to IEPs and following through on IEPs. How's that going? And I didn't hear it directly, but it sounded like, well, there was certainly a caution and a challenge to make sure we didn't back off on services to special education students that SEAC took, and made it very clear that COVID was not a reason to modify an IEP and services. So, they're held to that accountability,
So Jim, I'll ask then, is the department giving that guidance to the districts?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, they were there and participated in that, in fact, made the report, and, yeah, that was very good. But, you just can't change the goals because, there's a pandemic. Kids still need it. Then the licensure, but it was licensure also in other ways. It was, special ed director was a big issue, in terms of their licensure. The practice came up in terms of barriers in terms of getting into the classroom, working, I believe the report we got was they're working with the teacher vacancy and supply committee to create more options, to get, as we talked today. One of the big issues in terms of SEAC is membership and their bylaws. We're having trouble finding members to serve on SEAC across the state. So one of the things I'm going to suggest is that when they get a nomination or get someone or can't find someone, that they contact us by our districts. I know they do that already, but be more direct on the phone, directly with us, about finding folks to be on SEAC. And it's prescribed who's on SEAC. I'm actually an adjunct on it. It's not required that a state board member be there, but there are very precise expectations about who will serve on SEAC. And it's trouble finding folks, but also on the bylaws, you can only serve 2 terms and then you have to leave. And sometimes we lose some really good people as a result, but many times they fit multiple qualification requirements, to be there. The next meeting is November 10th, as I said, same as our date, and that Brett's going to make that change. So, it's. But I want to assure you, and I want to encourage you to talk to your folks in SEAC. They're doing a whale of a job. They're doing really well. I'm impressed with the conversation. I'm impressed with what KSDE is bringing back to us, and recommendations that are coming out of SEAC. So it's doing very well.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that update. Yes.
On SEAC. If you'll recall, several years ago, whenever they were introducing bills for various things, we always recommended that they go to SEAC. And so at that point, that's whenever we added a member of our team. And basically, Jim and I and Randy were very blunt with SEAC, saying that they're looked at as a place where stuff goes to die. And I think that they have made significant progress and are becoming a very proactive organization that is going to meet the needs. And I agree with Jim that they're doing a tremendous job based on what they had been doing, and they are to be commended. And we need to make sure that they know that we support their efforts, which I think are very good.
Thank you. Jim, I'm going to go back to you. This Jim. Governor's Education Council, do you have anything to report from your group?
My group is early childhood, and we are going to meet next Wednesday.
Okay. And I'm on Governor's Education also, Education Council, and I'm on the Diploma Plus work group and what's been decided, there's two work groups that are really have some similarities. One is called Work-Based Learning and another is called Diploma Plus. So we're going to combine those two subcommittees, and actually we had a conference call with a few of the leaders of that group. So I was on that conference call on my way up here yesterday, and we're going to combine those two groups and begin to look at, because of the similarities and the overlap, what can we do? And if you look at some of these things from these two groups, all you have to do is look at our individual plans of study, at our graduation rate, and at our post-secondary success rate. What these folks want to do all ties in with some of that work. So some of the work that this board is doing, 3 of our 5 major goal areas are involved with what these two groups are talking about. So they're probably going to be bringing some information to the board. Would like the board to know kind of what they're talking about and kind of get the board some information and get some feedback on the board. So those two subcommittees will be meeting together, and then we'll get back to this board at some point in time and provide you with information, because I think there's a lot of parallels with what we've got going on anyway. And I think you said you had a committee, some kind of committee report.
Well, the advisory committee on career and tech ed met, and I was zooming in, going across Montana and Wyoming, so I missed some of it. So when I get the minutes, I'll do a complete report on that. But I had a question about your meeting with KBOR, and it may just tie in with Jim's legislative. I thought when we met as together, we talked about trying to put forward some legislation on toward the first 15, which might just be the first 3, but that we were going to try to make some inroads on that this session. Did you guys talk about that?
There was some conversation. I don't know how far we got on that.
Because it seemed like when we all talked about it, we said, oh, yeah, we ought to do that, at least
Well, I think
get
the
it
15
start.
First 15 would be aspirational, especially
Right.
now.
But I think we could back off and say, let's get started and do the first 3. That was just a few $1 million. And we've already done all the legwork on it. I mean, we need to get with the community colleges again and rerun some numbers, but.
I guess Jim and.
Wasn't that one of the items on our legislature last year?
Yeah. I think we could look at that, and it'd probably be good to report back to the coordinating council on that also.
Yeah, because, I mean, we've got to have agreement with the community colleges that they'll buy into the rates we want and how we want it done, so. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Board attorney's report. Mark? Trying to get his microphone to work.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
No. You want to just come to the podium and use that one?
To answer any questions you have about things that I've done in the past month in my billing cycle. The additional things that will be coming up in the future, I wanted to share that we'll be attending the National Council of State Education Attorneys, part of that session, which is in conjunction with your annual meeting. It'll be virtual. It's next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's not cost prohibitive this year. It's at $50 to participate in that online annual meeting of the Nicosia group, and I'll be jumping in on some of the portions of that agenda that look interesting and that apply, and we'll do that just remotely. That's just something I do to continue education and participate and stay connected with that group. It's not anything that, other than attendance, it's not an expense to the board. It's just something that we do participate in on an annual basis. If we can go in person, we do, and this year it makes it nice we can do so virtually. In November, on November 17th and 18th, I will be handling a hearing before the Civil Service Board. I've talked about it briefly, and you've seen my time over the last, a full year, that there's been a pending legal matter for a civil service employee for this Kansas School for the Blind that has appealed the termination decision, and that has, we've had a number of activities throughout the year, but the hearings were held off because of COVID, but also because the former employee was unrepresented, hired an attorney. That attorney left the case, and he hired a subsequent attorney. So each time that happened, it kind of created some inherent delays in the process. But we're teed up, and we'll be going before the Civil Service Board, which is a 5-member board. That also will be virtual, and so you'll see some information that'll be in my monthly reports, and I'll provide you some copies of the various pleadings and lists of witnesses and exhibits, working with John Harding, Teresa Chandler, and others at the school to put on testimony for that Civil Service Board appeal to support the decision of termination for that particular employee. And once again, that'll be a day-and-a-half hearing on November 17th and 18th. And all the witnesses and counsel will appear remotely through a special, it's not Zoom, but they have a special program where the administrative hearings can be conducted and interview witnesses, and we'll be doing some prep for that leading up to that hearing. I have mentioned before, but just as a refresher, I was I'm always looking for maybe hot topics or things that come up, and luckily, knock on wood, we haven't had any issues with coma or cora lately, but there are always topics that are ripe for discussion. And I have mentioned in the past that the Attorney General prepares a number of reports annually on a variety of topics, but the ones that might apply most importantly to the board relate to an annual report that he prepares and publishes on the various coma and cora complaints and the outcomes, those that resulted in action or no action, and that's on the Attorney General's website. And there were 3 that just jump out at me as topics that over the years come up, so I thought I would highlight them as just reminders. Whether it's for boards or in employment situations or governing bodies of any kind, as we become more and more reliant upon text communications and email communications to do business routinely, we have to continue to consider how serial communications are interpreted and construed in the context of governance and communications between yourselves. So a serial communication is defined under the Open Meetings Act as interactive communication in a series or serial communication that are open if they collectively involve a majority of the membership of the public body or agency, share a common topic of discussion concerning the business or affairs of the public body or agency, and are intended by any or all of the participants to reach agreement on a matter that would require binding action to be taken by the public body or agency. So to break that down, used to have conversations about telephone trees where you would, one person would call 3 people and those 3 people would then call others. And so, but this day and age, texting to a subgroup of the board who then may text to others or send an email communication, either an individual that then forwards that on. And so the serial communication is the first key. You don't necessarily have to be communicating with a majority of the board in the first instance, but the continued forwarding that on, soliciting comment, including a majority of the board would be a majority of the membership. So in this case, 6 members of the public body. it has to be a common topic of discussion concerning the business or affairs of the public body. So it has to be something that's coming before the board to be considered. And, that's not always easy to determine. It might be an issue of the day, but you would be evaluated as to whether or not it involves the business or affairs of the public body that might reasonably be expected to come to a vote as to take board action. And then it also, the definition involves the intention by any or all of the participants to reach agreement on a matter that would require binding action to be taken by the public body or agency. So even if you don't necessarily, it's informational or you're providing it out there and then it's forwarded on and there's comment and discussion, and it's very easy to look at it in hindsight and look at the comment and discussion for and against, or to discuss that. And if it's something that's going to require binding action of the board later, and it's business of the body, then somebody, either one of the board members or somebody else who maybe is provided that email text string, can complain that there was a serial communication that violates the openness that's required under the Open Meetings Act. The other is social gatherings, and we somewhat jokingly sometimes talk about whether you get together at the lunch break or sit at the same table or go to dinner after meetings. You're anticipated and expected to be get together in group gatherings, social events, but we have in the past, there has been a member of the community that saw the board dining together on the evening of one of the board meetings and made a complaint to the district attorney for the county, stating that you were conducting a secret meeting. So that outcome was in your favor. It was so I'm not here to say you can't do that, but I can tell you that when you're out in a group, it involves, once again, the majority of the body. It's a gathering and that where the members engage in discussions about the business of the body. So if it comes up and it's easy to talk about what might be on the agenda tomorrow, but if you're going to be in a group setting with 6 or more board members, and that that's something that's going to be a formal action is going to be taken, then it's in your best interest to save that discussion for the public viewing. And once again, the Open Meetings Act, the purpose is so that when you get together and collaborate and make decisions, that whether it's in the physical presence or by video connection now through technology, that the business of the body, the decision making, all of those things are in the public view. And then lastly, the one that comes up from time to time is when you're in executive session, over many years of being in executive session with governing bodies, a lot of times they'll say, well, we can't take a consensus vote. We can't take a straw poll in the executive session. And it's not exactly true. You shouldn't, because unless for example, that when you come out of executive session, you're going to take formal action in the public on that particular item because you can only take formal action in the public. You can't do it in executive session. But a public body may reach a consensus or discuss a general agreement on a matter requiring binding action during an executive session. And so there's no exception to that requirement other than the fact that once you come out of executive session, you need to be prepared to take action in the public and on something that's binding. So it's not a violation of the policy of the Open Meetings Act to try to seek some consensus, discuss what may occur when you come out into there. But I've always encouraged the board to have that discussion, even if it's repetitive in nature. Have the dialogue or the debate in open session when you take that vote, so that you're not doing everything behind closed doors and supporting the the view of some that they call those, secret meetings, but they're certainly permitted by law, so.
I think we have a question. Steve Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Counselor. I want to preface my question with an observation that I think our chair and vice chair have done a good job for this term. I'm very grateful for your service. But my question derives from the last election about 2 years ago. I called Janet to congratulate her on her win, and I asked her for a little advice on how to approach maybe being the next chair or vice chair. And Janet said, well, I think Kathy's going to do it. Okay. So I was taken aback by that a little bit, because apparently there have been some discussions that I wasn't a party to. And it was after that, I think we were in Washington, and I asked you if you were going to, remember the trip to Washington? And I said, are you planning to do that? It was for the Jeb Bush's group.
Yeah, but I think that was recorded.
Okay, well, could have been. My point is, would this body be, because I won't be here in January to be part of this, would this body function better if all discussions regarding who should be chair and vice chair were public? And I don't know if I phrased it the right way, but that's the nature of my inquiry.
And I guess I would react by saying that the board chair does have some inherent authority to set the agenda, to work with the agency and the other officers of the board to set that agenda, to control the meetings, and you would reasonably expect that either the board chair or somebody who was trying to check the pulse of who's willing to serve, rather than have somebody just presented on that day, that meeting, be presented with a nomination. So you would expect a little groundwork to be laid. I think that to your point, if it is business of the body that ultimately is going to take a vote. So maybe if it was discussed in greater detail, then hey, are you willing to serve? And is this something that it's your time and seniority and those kinds of things, procedural in nature? I don't think there would be a problem with that.
Well, thank you, Mark. Those are really good reminders, and it's always good to keep those things in mind. So appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, a few things in the chair, request for future agenda items. Let's do that first. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mental health for sure, as far as like just gauging in the districts how they're doing, and I know like PTOs and that are trying to do more for students and teachers. Right now, they're really focusing on both, just because it's so important. So definitely mental health.
You're really kind of talking about how things are going right now.
Yeah, yep. Just how it's affecting their academics, how it's affecting general morale with everyone. I guess.
So you're talking about the adults and the students?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Okay, others? Jim McNeese?
Well, along those same lines, not mental health, but the COVID experience has challenged us in many ways, and we've changed, we've adapted. And I would suggest to the board to consider in the near future to have a retreat or a session sometime together that we could talk about what are the things we've learned and what are the things that are going to pursue, what adjustments and things are going to move forward, and how do we want to guide that, and what policies or legislation would be part of that. We've changed some things technically, like the substitute teachers, that we did today. The time to have this kind of discussion isn't when everything's over. We should be leaders and thinking about what do we want, what are we seeing that actually is better? can think of a few things, and probably you can too, that we are doing that we never would have probably ever gotten through if it hadn't been for the pandemic. And things we've learned, do we want to keep them?
So it's kind of thinking now, but looking to the future.
Right. Looking at where we are right now, what things are working that maybe we want to keep.
Yeah.
The flexibility certainly that we are involved with, but
Yeah.
we've learned a lot of lessons from last year to this year, and we're learning more lessons. And we're learning that we can do things that we didn't imagine we could do 2 years ago. And how do we take that and come out of the pandemic stronger and better rather than just bruised and
I even
discouraged?
kind of think of what Michelle talked about with her sons being in a class that they're actually taking it with the teacher, maybe at a different school, but they're,
Sure,
those kinds of things.
sure.
Yeah.
And this is kind of, I will agree with anyone who says it's kind of a cloudy, what do you want to do? But look at what we've learned in the pandemic and how it shapes the future of where we want to go with, and certainly in light of our mission and vision, how's it going to help us?
Okay, all right. Others? Steve?
Thank you. Two things. One we touched on earlier. How do we take the birthday out of the equation for moving kids along in math? Just sort of frame it that way and see what happens. Because I know we're taking steps to address that very issue, but I think just put it on your plate as how do we take the birthday out of the equation? For some reason, I think that language resonates, and we've talked about that before. The other thing is, for a future agenda item, might there be a way to craft a system that has both collective bargaining and the opportunity for teachers to negotiate salaries? There are opportunities in this world for people to have union protections, but also have the freedom to negotiate salaries. Sports comes to mind. There ought to be a way to do that. So I would like to have a future agenda item for you in the future that I probably won't be a part of. How could we craft a system that would allow teachers more flexibility in negotiating their own salaries?
Any others? Okay. Okay, just a couple things from the chairman report. I kind of want to, we talked a little bit about, but the School Mental Health Advisory Council, we will be bringing to you probably in December our recommendations as far as from the bullying Blue Ribbon Task Force. Their recommendations, we'll be taking those and really kind of putting them in an operational form. We've basically divided their 7 recommendations into 5 groups. One would be having to do with the definition of the recommendation involving the definition of bullying, and then some specifics as far as cyberbullying. The data piece, you heard Kent talk a little bit about the work on that. Some of that has been with the group from the Communities That Care survey. And then resources and training, what are some things that are needed there? And then policies and plans, because how the districts put some things together as far as policies and plans. So that will be moving forward. Also, for your information, the legislature's put together and this isn't just school, but it's a mental health modernization reform committee that they're working on. And they've asked me to sit in on it, which I haven't been able to sit in on very many sessions, but they're really looking at some things, and it's like I said, it's not just school age people, it's primary focus really is probably adult and school. Also juvenile justice, some conversation with the juveniles too. So I think there will be some things that will be coming forward in the legislature come this upcoming session as far as mental health modernization, which I think we probably all agree sorely needs to take place. So I don't know too much more than that, but there's a lot going on that. November is a one-day meeting. It's November 10th, which I believe is a Tuesday, because I think November 11th, which is Wednesday, is Veterans Day, and that's a holiday. So our meeting will be a one-day. So I think from the sounds of things, we'll have some things that have to do with vaping task force update, and then, of course, more accreditation. You know, that'll probably be a monthly thing. So be thinking about the fact that that'll be a one-day meeting. Okay, I think that's it for the good of the order for today, except for travel. I always have to do travel. I always forget about that. I want to end the meeting now, but it's not. It's travel. Okay, Jim Porter.
Three things. GAC, this slipped up on me. GAC met yesterday. On the 21st, there is the meeting of the subcommittee from the Governor's Council on early childhood. And on the 28th, there's going to be a group to discuss resubmitting some regulations as relating to ESI, Emergency Safety
ESI.
Regulations. Yeah.
Okay. Ben?
I just got an email 25 minutes ago. NASB Finance Committee is meeting on Monday, October 19th, to take up some business. So NASB Finance before the delegate assembly, of which I will vote on what we're going to vote on Monday again, so.
Okay. Anybody else over here? Okay, Peggy, I think I gave you my. Jim?
I don't know if I'd signed up for the Kansas Department of Education State Conference on November 20th, but then there's a retention conference on November 23rd. And then, yes, and then actually on October 13th, Kansas State High School Activity Association regional meeting virtually. November 13th, I'm sorry.
I was going to say October 13th.
Yeah,
I
right.
think that's today.
Well, by God.
Not sure, but I think so.
Hey, can I request the state board meeting for today?
By classification.
Okay, any others on travel?
Your behavior, we're going to separate you at lunch.
Okay.
I have a transition.
Jean? Thank you, Randy.
I have the Interstate Migrant Education Council Annual Conference Zoom on October 22nd and 23rd, as well as the Superintendent Councils in Oakley and Sublette on November 4th and 5th. And I'd request travel and mileage on the ones I'm going to go to personally, the Oakley and Sublette ones. That's all.
Okay, all right. Okay, do we have a motion to approve travel? Michelle, second. Ben? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 10-0.
Yes.
Okay, now we will recess for today, and we will be back here tomorrow. Wait a minute. I'm not done. I'm sorry. Heidi?
Yes.
Wendy? I don't know why I did that. Her sister. Her sister, yeah. Put a packet on your place, and this is the annual performance review information for our 3 employees, the commissioner, board secretary, and board attorney. She is also going to email those to you electronically, so you'll have those. I'd like for you to complete those and get them to me by Wednesday, October 28th. And this information is in your little white envelope. And then we'll have an executive session during the November board meeting to discuss performance evaluations, and then Janet and I will go over them with them at a later point in time. So you have that information, you'll have information in there specifically that's listed for that. So either paper copy and mail it to me, or electronically and email it to me, either one.
Mail Jean's.
Ben?
Because of the policy changes this year, will this include the deputy commissioners, since we now, or are they just answerable to the commissioner? Okay.
Set
I
their
didn't-
salaries.
We just accept their salaries?
Yeah.
Well, we do that for everybody, but I didn't know if the policy change that we had put in earlier this year with the deputy commissioners changed that. It was just an inquiry, that was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, okay, well, now, we're recessed until the meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay, thank you.